So we went through different types of, we went through the different transactions and transaction snapshots that were being discovered. Okay, so we went through how do we access the transaction snapshots and what are the options to navigate to transaction snapshots based on like what kind of snapshots we need, whether we need the snapshot for a particular BT or a particular node or a particular tier. Whether do we need to see all transaction snapshots or only slow or very slow. We have different kinds of different ways of opening them. Okay, so we saw what are all the metrics that are being shown captured by the snapshots as well. Okay, and how the snapshots will actually help you to troubleshoot the issues. You can drill down into a snapshot completely to see what are all the potential issues and what are all the calls which are taking more time. So, and then we will identify like this would be the probable root cause for the problem. Okay, we'll also be able to see the particular thread which is causing the issue as well. Okay, so this was about the transaction snapshots, and then we saw this like what are all the details we'll have to look into while troubleshooting with the any issue or any slowness or any performance issues. First, we'll go ahead with list of the BTs, and then we will sort with respect to the response times or slow transactions, and then we will check for the snapshots which are available with that particular BT. Okay, so and then we will dig inside to find a snapshot with the complete call graph. That means which is having a stack trace, and then we will open it and we will find the issue. Okay, so by again drilling down into the stack trace or the code call graph of that particular snapshot. Okay. Then we saw what are the different kinds of errors. That would be like an unhandled exception and HTTP return codes ranging from 400 to 505, and any log entry with the severity of error or higher, and then a handled exception, but it will be occur during an exit call, a call to an exit point, okay, or an exit call. So these four things will be considered as errors in errors by AppDynamics. We also saw how do we customize the error detection. Like we can mention any particular invoking of a class or a method can also be considered as an error. Okay, so these are all the and also we can consider any custom error HTTP error codes also to be considered as errors. Okay, now how do we access errors? Again, from the dashboard we can directly access the error transactions, or we can go to the business transactions, and then from there also any particular business transaction you will have the error tab that will give you the details. Okay. So any queries in the yesterday session, let me know. Until then, I'll just quickly give you the overview of what we went through. So we saw with respect to slow database calls, what might be the causes, like too much of data or being queried, or same data getting queried multiple times, or multiple queries are required to form a particular data set, which is kind of an inefficient querying, which will also cause the database bottlenecks. Okay, so for that, we will go into the slow database calls and remote service calls in a snapshot, or even in the slow database calls directly on the dashboard of your application over here. Okay, so over here, you will be able to see the slow database calls. Okay, and then you will be able to drill down what query is actually causing the issue. Okay. Next, we will look into the memory part later. Yeah, and then we saw data collectors. So data collectors are used to read the actual data as which is being passed by the user or as part of the code. So you should be able to read the application code arguments, return values, or the values which are kind of read by getter chain. Okay. So these details which you are going to read as part of the data collectors, they will be available in the particular snapshot of that particular beat. Okay. So you will not be seeing them in the metric browser or any other place in AppDynamics controller. So these metrics will be, these details will be in the form of a string. Okay, so that's the reason you will not be able to see it in the metric browser. And data collectors, be careful because you will be able to read any sensitive data or user specific data. So take relevant approvals and ensure you're not um, falling into data security risk guidelines because uh, uh, if you know the details of the code, you will be able to read credit card information data as well or any user sensitive information as well. So that needs to be avoided, and that would cause a huge risk for your job itself. Okay. We have two types of data collectors. One is the method invocation data collectors, and the second one is the HTTP request collectors. So in the method invocation, so this kind of data collectors will be invoked when you are invoking a particular method. Okay, that particular method's parameters or variables or return values can be read in case of method invocation data collectors. In case of HTTP request collectors, you will be able to read the URL related specific data and URLs, parameter values, the headers or cookies, or the session objects which are part of that particular URL. Okay, so these two details will be available for you, and as I mentioned, they will be available in the snapshots. Okay, next, this is the memory related module, so we will go through it today later. Now, we also saw two additional concepts, that is service endpoints and information points. So service endpoints is basically a part of a snapshot, you can call it, a part of a business transaction, you can call it. So it is similar to business transaction, but the difference will be you are going to focus on only one particular service as part of the business transaction. So in service endpoints, you will not be getting the flow map. You will not be getting the downstream or upstream calls. So whatever is happening on that particular service, only that particular service details will be obtained. Okay. So snapshots will also be not captured for the service endpoint specifically. Okay. You will get the snapshots as part of the BT, which includes this particular service endpoint. Okay, so only that particular those snapshots will be available for you under the service endpoints section. Okay, so these will be helpful when you want to kind of particularly monitor a third-party service or a individual service which you would like to see how it is performing. Say. Um, To give you an example of a use case, you would have taken a third-party service as an endpoint service, right? So to provide some data information or just think of any third-party service, okay? So if you would like to monitor only about how the performance of that particular service is being provided to you, then you can configure a service endpoint for that particular service. Basically, you will be providing the entry point for that particular service. That means which particular method or class will invoke that service. Okay, so you will provide those details, and then that will be configured as a service endpoint. For that, you will see how the application load is and how it is performing as part of the application functionality. Okay. So, and the second one is the information points. This is similar to the data collectors. So you will be getting you'll be able to read the data of a particular method. So here you will be using the information points to read or to identify how your code is performing. Okay. So in data collectors, you read the data to see what data is being displayed. But here you will be getting only the numeric data or how your data is performing. For example, how many times a particular method has been invoked, or how many variables have been passed, or like what is the amount. I mean, if it is an integer data like credit card payment information, or number of users in a particular application. Okay, so those, if it is a numerical data, then you will be able to read it, and you can also do some calculation like averaging of the average of that particular data, or aggregation of that particular data. Okay, so this is the available. I'm sorry. The first few minutes I will be like this. So for this, for information points, this is how you will be able to use it for kind of analytical purpose. Like if there is a credit card or transaction that is happening, what is the average time spent for a particular transaction, or what was the average amount that was being used as part of your transactions. So these details can be obtained using information points. Okay. So what is the difference between data collectors and information points? So data collectors, what they will do, they will get the string data and the user data actually, but information points, they will be getting you the method level data. Okay, so how your code is performing or how your methods are performing. Data collectors will be having the with respect to the business transaction, our information points are out of the context of business transaction. So the data collectors data will sit in the BT, but information points data will go into the metric browser, which is a numeric data. Okay. So after that, we saw a letter and respond model, which has three sections like configuring the health rules, policies, and actions. So when we configure the health rules, when we say health rules, we are going to set up the conditions or thresholds on how your application thresholds, or how, if you know some bottlenecks for your application, if those bottlenecks are occurring or some thresholds are being breached, you are going to set them, configure them into your application to let you know. Okay. So once your health rule is configured, it will send out an event, or it will trigger an event if the threshold is breached. So we saw different ways of configuring the health rules as well. Now, okay, so here we are also seeing the metric browser details. So in metric browser, we saw how do we plot the metric data. We saw a couple of things like how the data will be plotted using the extensions, or I mean, basically any data will be plotted in the same way as part of key value pairs. Okay, and how you can plot the baselines as well, how you can share the baseline data as well. Okay, and how you can export the data from the metric browser. Okay, so as part of that, again, coming to alert and response model, we discussed about like what are all the important things while configuring the health rule. So we will need to give what amount of data, or what period of data that needs to be used, whether it is 5 minutes or 20 minutes, the data that needs to be used, and when it has to recheck once the evaluation has triggered. Okay, and then what are all the, how do we define the scope? Okay, and how do we define the condition? So I'll just show one. I think it is still hitting high. Okay, so here I'm using 30 minutes of data, and wait time for next wait time after violation is so for checking again whether the violation has occurred again or not is would be the time that you are going to provide here. And then you can schedule the health rules like when they want to be evaluated. Here you can provide scope on for which particular node this has to be applicable, and the criteria here is where you are going to select a particular metric, and then you are going to give the actual metric path. Okay. So here you are going to specify the relative metric path. So when I say relative metric path, let me show that as well. I think yesterday I missed to show that. So if a particular metric you are not seeing there, or you want to give the direct metric path, right? So from here, what is the metric path? Okay. So you are not going to give the metric path for from here, so this is the root application infrastructure performance and the actual tier or node. Okay. So from the later, once you drill down into a particular node, from there you are going to specify the path of your metric. If you want to give the metric path for metric of your URL monitor, then you are going to specify from custom metric URL monitor like that. So basically, how you will do that? You just copy the full path into the notepad. Okay, and then just remove the first two parts. Okay, so this particular path will be provided for you. I mean, the complete one actually. Yeah, metric uploaded. So this particular path you have to specify in the health rule. Okay. So, and then we saw about actions. What are all the kind of actions that we can configure? Email, sending an email, sending an SMS, or sending an HTTP action. And we also have the maintenance window to ensure the particular action will not be uh, applicable for that particular window. I mean, for that particular point of time, you can also disable the agent reporting during that particular time. And then it is the policy where you are combining both your health rules and actions. Okay, for a set of health rule events, what is the action that has to be taken? Okay, that is being defined here. Here you will have to ensure what kind of events has to be triggered, whether start events, continuous events, or cancel events. So all these events you have to ensure, excuse me, and then other events like the code changes or application changes, any discovery changes, synthetic events. So these events you can include, and then you can mention which health rules this particular policy should be applicable for. And again, you can further specify where this has to be applicable for, like whether you need to be applicable for any specific server or endpoint or APM-DT. Okay, so you can define these things as well. Again, you will define at the end what is the action that needs to be taken. In terms of action, you have email messaging and sending an SMS message. You also have an option to start a diagnostic session or taking a thread dump, and then run a particular script on a problematic node. So this particular script has to be on your system itself. Okay, you cannot run a remote script. And then issuing creating a ticket or sending a HTTP request or running a custom action. Okay, so these are all the details that would be available for you. I mean, there are options that are available for you as part of the policy. Okay, and you can create a number of policies, and you can enable or disable them as well as per your requirements. Okay, and then coming back over here, yeah, so I think this is all we need. We'll come to dashboards also. I mean, okay, let me finish off a dashboard, and then we'll go to. So when we come to dashboards, here also we are going to have okay, so what is a grid layout and the absolute layout means? So in the grid layout, you will be kind of getting the complete page. In the absolute layout, you can specify how much page you want to see, or like what is the size of your page that you want to see. Okay, so in the grid, I'll select grid layout so that it will be completely seen for you. And these are all the small settings like the color and time range that has to be used whenever someone is opening the dashboard. Okay, so now I am going to create a dashboard. Here we saw the widgets which were available for War Room, right? So similar kind of widgets will be available here as well. Okay, once you click on Add Widget, you have the metric data. So that means the data which is available from the metric browser. Okay, so it can be a time series graph. Okay, you can go ahead and select a particular data, load response time for all the tiers of your application, or a specific tier. I'll say specific tier. I'm interested in API services. Okay, and what is a metric? I would like calls per minute. Okay, save. So this particular data will directly come here. Okay, if there is no load, no data will come. And you can do some small settings like the background colors, whether the value has to be shown or not. So those things will be available for you. Okay, once you save it, you just change the data time frame. Okay, there was some data over here. Now again, we are not seeing much data for that. Yesterday when we applied the load. Okay, so this is how you will be able to create different kinds of dashboards. Okay, you can adjust the size of the this one. Okay, I'll show you another one where the events will be kind of displayed for you. Okay, so here you can just be a little more creative. Okay, so here you can list down all the BTs along with their health, or if you want to select only few BTs, that also you can do. Okay, so one advantage over here is instead of you going into the application's different pages, right? So for BTs, you have to go here. You have to see what's the health. And again, for another metric, you have to see here. Okay, there's a note how it is performing. So instead of that, you can create a dashboard where what are all the relevant metrics that you usually see, then you can include them over here. Okay, so show as timeline, show as list. So this is for the events ones. Okay. So what this will do is it will help me to see everything in a single page. Okay. And don't put too many things also, because it will take a lot of time to load and you will not be able to see. You can also put the search option over here. Okay. Show search box. Okay, so that means if there are too many events, right? So you can just directly go ahead and look only for application restarts or something like that. Okay, so this particular service was restarted. Okay, you can see all these details. So, and you can duplicate and create a certain widget if you want all of them in a similar format. Okay, and after this, you can share it with, you can share the URL to anyone. Okay, so Once you share it, it will be available for all of them in your organization to see. And after that, you can also, okay, just a second. Yeah. So you can also share this particular URL to anyone who is not having access to your AppDynamics also. So they will still be able to see this particular dashboard and see the data. Okay. And then you can export the data in, I mean, not the data actually, the format of this particular report as a JSON. Okay. Now, if you're say this is a little quite tedious task to create. If you feel too many elements are if you have taken too many elements and then while creating, okay, and if you feel it's tedious, you create one template kind of dashboard and you export it to a JSON and then you modify the JSON. Downloads. So in the JSON, you can specify the metrics that you would like to see instead of the metrics which we have selected. So I have selected this application component node, and in the graph widget, if I go, okay, so I am selecting for API services, right? If I want to create another dashboard for another here, I just replace this one and I'll just import this particular JSON over here. Okay. So if I import the JSON, then another dashboard will be created. Okay. Let me show you that as well. So I'll just change the name of the dashboard. So test import. Okay. So, and as you guys might be aware, JSON, you have to be a little careful with the, see, it's done. And you can see the same data. If you want, you can go ahead and edit and do any changes also. So this is one another way of, I mean, if you want to create similar dashboards, that you can do it. Okay, and Dash Studio is something new that they have provided. Okay, you are now embedded URL Dash Studio, which is little easier way of creating the same thing, but how it happens is we got a pop-up to create any new metric, right? So instead of that, you can add it directly over here. Okay, so you have added a widget here, and you are directly giving the query, and you are seeing it directly over here. So this is the only difference between Dash Studio and the dashboard. I think this is not this is available in the latest versions of AppDynamics only, not in everywhere, not everywhere. Okay, and a couple of other more options like bringing an element to front or back side. Okay, so those few things have been added over here in the Dash Studio. Okay, next reports. Okay, so I told you, right, reporting is not good in case of AppDynamics. So when you are going to create a report, you have to create a dashboard first, and only that particular dashboard data will be sent to you. Okay, so or otherwise it will be like a general thing what you are already seeing in the over here, like the application dashboard of this particular application. Only those things you will be able to get. Okay, so let me show you one. You can schedule when you want that report on a particular day, or is it one time, or how many times you want that. And one more thing, you cannot export this, or this report data will come only to your email. You cannot take it here. Okay, so for this, I'll have to configure the SMTP. Okay, and then I'll have to provide the email over here on who will receive the report. So yeah, again, it's basically application health of my supercar application will be sent it to me for the last 1 hour time range. So that's all. So you will be receiving it as a snapshot that we saw, right? We saw the snapshots export. So similarly, we see the image of the report, the dashboard that we will usually see. Okay. Yeah. So this is about dashboards and reports. Okay. Any queries until here?
Ravi, can we make something here that someone can select like a kind of input control by end user in dashboard?
No.
A drop down or
No.
something?
Mhm. We don't have that options. Only thing is, instead of drop downs, what they can do is you can list all of them and they can search for them. So only that is available. So over here, they'll not be able to select anything separately. So here also in this also you can do it. I mean, again, that is also limited, right? So you have this search box only in the widget, which is the health rule and events widget, only in these two. Okay. Others is you are just providing a label. Your iframe is something which you are importing from outside. Okay. You can give any URL. It will load the content from the URL that you have provided. Image, you can just drop any image. Okay. And metric data, you just can provide some metric data. That's all. So you don't have an option to give the options for the user, as you mentioned, drop downs or selections.
Got it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, I'll go to the next advanced module. Okay. So here, see what we have done till now. We have understood the different concepts of AppDynamics, right? Okay. And after that, now we will have to understand how we'll have to implement this particular in your environments. Okay. So this is what we are going to see today. Okay. Now I'll just go a little fast because we have already understood the concepts of these things. So now, first, before implementing any strategy, so I told you, right, you need to understand your problem statement, or you need to understand the pain points of your application teams. Like you will have to know what you want to accomplish or what is the thing that you have to monitor. Okay. And before you are implementing any AppDynamics monitoring for any of your applications. Okay. So you define your APM strategy. Okay. What you want to accomplish using AppDynamics, and then you instrument your application, validate whether the flow maps are matching your architecture and design. Okay. So how the application's architecture is there, right? So you will just validate with that, and then identify the key business transactions and map them to your customer experience and functions. Okay, so you have discovered all your BTs, right? So so once that BTs are discovered, you will need to understand or rename them accordingly. Whether what is a particular BT referring to? So, for example, when I say cell, okay, or when I say action car, okay, so there are what is this particular BT referring to? Okay, so you need to map this to your business functionality. Okay, how do you do that? You can rename this particular BT. Okay, or you can have it in your understanding of what will be the functionality of this particular business transaction that is being discovered over here. Okay. So, and then set up SLA-based health rules on key business transactions. Okay. So we saw the health rules, right? So we can configure health rules for different kind of metrics, like if I mean, I would suggest to use let the application before you set up any health rules for the business transactions, right? Let the application run on the AppDynamics, or let the data come in for a week or something, okay, so that the baselines will be kind of set, okay. AppDynamics will understand how the data is coming for a particular application, and then you will be having this standard deviations and baselines, right? So those dynamic baselines, you can use it. Those dynamic thresholds, you can use it for your alerting mechanisms, okay. So otherwise you will have to kind of identify the specific thresholds, like for example, cell, you may have to use your testing data or any of your previous data to know, okay, how long this particular transaction might take if the application is doing normal, okay. After that, you will have to specify the transactions to categorize them and also set up alerting, okay. Then set up SLA-based health rules. Show people, create dashboards that reflect the measure. This is the last part where you are going to tell the, okay, this is how your application is performing, okay. Now, just a second. So this is the second slide. I'll be sharing this slide also with you. So determining budget and all that you can do internally. So yeah, so this we identified, right? Like first you need to know what is the current situation, like what's your current MDTD, how long, I mean, how soon you are going able to detect without AppD the issue and diagnose it, repair it, or okay, how much time you are spending average in a war room when you are actually when you have identified the issue, okay. So these details you will need to identify in the first place, okay. We saw this, like who all will need AppDynamics and how will they help, how AppDynamics will help them. Then determine company goals, like we'll have to get visibility to production and resolve the issues, improve the quality of your code, customer satisfaction, and like that. And other questions that you can additionally ask is like, if there is any customers or bottlenecks in the, I mean, if there is any loss in the business, that you can ask for it, like how I can identify that, like, is there any technical reason for losing the business or losing the customers? Where are the bottlenecks in your system? How can I figure out if the vendors I'm using giving no poor service at certain times? I told you give this example of configuring a service endpoint, right? If a third-party service is being provided, you can configure a service endpoint to that, and then you can see whether your vendor is actually providing uh, good service or not. And with respect to database, you can ask many questions, okay? And if you have analytics license also, you can configure data collectors and information points to get more data on like how the transactions are happening. Okay, so you can configure your app agents, okay, and then you will have to do the identify the key business transactions for your application. Okay, so the idea is to monitor only the important ones, the ones that substantially affect your customers and business. Okay, so if you this is how, like uh, your monitoring should be the impact of your business transaction, whichever is high, and the number of business transactions. So if you are kind of uh, increasing the number of business transactions which you are monitoring, the impact of those all the business transactions will kind of go will be less. Okay, so that's why you will have to look for only the important ones which needs to be monitored. Okay, so that you can identify them. Okay, you can sit with your application teams and then identify, and then you are going to set up a strategy on locking them down or monitoring them, okay, and setting up health rules and policies for those business transactions. So here they have taken an example of a movie stream application where there are multiple transactions like login, log out, the about page, rent a movie, rate a movie. So we the view previous rentals and ratings, search for a movie, and view the report of a movie. Okay. So when you see these kind of transactions, right? So you will have to prioritize which is my important or critical transaction. So obviously login and rent a movie, okay, and view movie report or search for a movie. So these things will be the ones which will be impacting your business or the critical ones that for your business, right? So you will have to see, I mean, you will have to select those business transactions. That means you will have to identify them and then you will have to establish health rules accordingly. Here you are going to select the health rules. I mean, you will have to understand or define what's normal and sorry, what is actually error or what is actually slowness. So that you can identify and accordingly you can define the health rules. Okay. So after that, establishing the health rules. Yeah, we know how do we establish the health rules. So again, they have identified which is a critical one and which is uh, a important one, but still it is not kind of critical, which will not affect your business. Okay, like running a report like that. Okay. So and also, yeah, this is how your analytics dashboard will look like. Okay, so this is not your normal dashboard. So only this particular black component you can see in your normal dashboard. Okay. Even this also you can identify. You can put in a line chart or this chart, but these details you will see it in analytics. Okay. Okay. Just one moment. Okay. Uh, so now we will come to the business transaction instrumentation, which is one of the important topic. Okay. So here we will have to know the, I mean, if the business transactions are not automatically appearing, then we are going to set up the business transaction detection rules. Okay. On how do we like if a particular transaction is not appearing, even though application load is there, then we are going to set up a rule to identify that business transaction and uh, put it in the business transaction dashboard. Okay, so uh, this is what the steps is what we are going to see it here. Okay, we saw about what is an entry point and what is an exit point. Okay, so we will have to understand those things when if a particular business transaction is not being detected in the first place. Okay, We know the tag and follow approach. A GUID will be assigned for that. Okay. So sometimes every 60 seconds, the configuration will be downloaded by from the controller, download by the agent. Okay. So sometimes there will be 2 to 3 minutes of delay. So you just have to wait for the configuration to download and reflect on your application. Okay. We know these things. Yeah. So automatic discovery. So this is what it is already defined transaction detection rules. Okay. Yeah. So what are all the entry point types? Okay. In case of Java, servlet or .NET ASP, URI segments, Java servlet or .NET ASP will be one of the entry point type, or structure, action, spring beans. So these are all little different technical things for identified for different frameworks. So you need not know all of them, or what you will have to do is like you will have to understand as per the framework of your application. Okay. So if your application is designed with struct action framework and a Java servlet, so you just have to understand how they work, or what will be the entry point. I mean, how do you define the entry point for those frameworks? Okay. So, or you can take your application team's help. I mean, you will have to know how your tool works. Okay. So once you know how your tool works, like, so you will know entry point is, you know the definition of entry point, right? So whenever you are making a call, okay, to your application, how do you say this particular service is being invoked? Okay. If a particular service is being invoked, or if a particular call is being made, that means either it has to invoke a class or a method, or it has to access any URL or something like that, right? So only then we will be able to, then we are going to understand, yes, a call is being made to that particular service or an application. Okay. So in case of supercar, right? So if I access this URL and if I select enter, then that means this URL is going to hit to my application, which is a call, which is actually considered as a call to the application. Okay. Similarly, you will have to understand the like what might be the, I mean, you know the definition. So if you and make the application team understand, then they will tell you, okay, what is the method that will be, or what is the kind of method or the URL that is considered as a call in their kind of framework. Okay. So in case of transaction detection, so these are the ones which are kind of supported by AppDynamics. Okay, in Java frameworks, Google Web Toolkit. I mean, these are all different kinds of frameworks. Maybe you would have heard, you would not have heard. So just they have listed the different kind of frameworks that are supported. And there are for Java and .NET usually now automatic detection rules will help you to detect most of the transactions. But in case if something is still not detected, you can customize the existing ones, or or you can create a new transaction itself. Sorry, new rule itself. Okay. So here the example application what they have taken is a movie stream. That means uh, it's a similar application like Supercar, where you are just providing some details which will be stored in the database. Okay, like that. And as you see in the application URL, they have 3 segments. Okay, movie stream, UI, customer, rent, like that. They have 3 segments. In our Supercar application, we have only 2 segments. Okay, so this is little one of the drawback for our demo, but it's okay. We don't have a choice. We can uh, configure that accordingly. Okay. So I told you, initially I gave you the example of how the transactions will be categorized, right? So in our first class, we saw like when I explained you about the BT. So we took the example of Flipkart or an e-commerce application where the very first URL segment will tell you about like, okay, it's a grocery section. And then you will see again, you will go into the vegetable section or something like that. And then you are going to see another section for like fresh vegetables or cut vegetables like that. Okay. So like that, whatever the sections are divided in your URL or application, right? So those will be considered as the URL segment. Okay. So this will be applicable for your servlets. Okay. Where URL is your entry point. Okay. So you need to know like how many segments you would like to discover. The more number of segments you are going to discover, the number of BTs will increase. Okay, and that will limit you to kind of reduce the number of BTs because you have a limit of 200, right? The very first 200 that will come onto your that will come and hit your application, they will be discovered, and remaining might be left out. How do we actually ensure all your important transactions are being discovered? We will discuss on that. Okay. So by default, okay, AppDynamics will capture the first two segments in the URL. Okay. So movie stream slash customer, movie stream slash login. Okay, like that. In case of our application, right, we have seen this supercar trader slash sell tanks car. Okay, so all the pages which are available, so they have been discovered. So here, if you hover your icon, you will see the kind of framework which is used. Okay, so this is for servlet and this is a struct action. Okay, so both are different formats. Now, snapshots reveal matching URL customer experience. Okay, so for example, if it is a different let me open the snapshot for this. Okay, as you see here, this is a struct action, right? For this, you don't know, I mean, you will not be aware of what is the URL or the customer experience that this BT is associated to. So if you go to the snapshots, you will see the URL associated with the particular BT. Okay, so when this particular call is being made, this BT is kind of being invoked, or this struct action is being invoked. Okay, so these details you will be able to understand. Okay. Now, how do we configure or increase the number of segments in the application? Okay. So what you will do, you will have to go to the instrumentation part, and then you will increase the number of segments that you are going to discover. Okay. So in my case, in our application, I'll increase it. Sorry, I came to the health rules. So you will have to go to the configuration part, and here you have the instrumentation option. Okay, so let me just tell you, like instrumentation is for all your application APM related configurations. Slow transaction thresholds, we saw it already. So where you are going to tell what are all the kinds of where you are going to set up thresholds for your transactions, and also tell how your diagnostic sessions or when your diagnostic sessions needs to be captured. Baselines is where you are going to configure the baselines, like what here we saw that option, right? Last 15 days baseline, last 30 days baseline, right? So these baselines can be configured over here. Okay, you can create your own baseline as well. Okay. Okay, and then tiers on nodes dashboards. So what is the things that you would like to see in your tier and node dashboard? So that thing you can actually select here, or you can create additional tier and node dashboard for yourself. So this is a custom dashboard that you can see. Okay, development level monitoring. So this will be applicable only for Java, I think, and for specific monitoring only for what do I say? In-depth kind of monitoring for which will be helping the developers. Okay, And user experience app integration. Okay, so this is one more helpful thing, but however, we don't have this license for end user, right? So what it will do, the business transaction correlation. Okay, so this is the thing which I told you, right? So in the initial sections where the end-to-end monitoring will be seen. So now, as a supercar user, I am using this particular application from my desktop. Okay, and I have configured real user monitoring as well for this particular application. Okay, so as I have configured the real user monitoring for the supercar, what will happen? The data will be captured for my session as well. Okay, so now for my session, there will be a snapshot on the server side, that is the on the application side as well, right? So for that snapshot will be correlated with the my browser snapshot. Okay, for that you will have to enable this business transaction correlation part. Okay, and you also have an option to how do you install this JavaScript agent also. So the JavaScript agent, that from the user experience you can do it manually, okay, or you can do it automatically from the APM side itself. Okay, so uh, okay, so you saw the HTML code, right, of this particular application. Okay, so as you see here, once you click on the user experience tab here, okay, you can create a new app. Okay, here it won't allow me to do it. Okay, so once you click on the new app, okay, we don't have license, right? So I thought at least from there we'll be able to see it. Anyway, I have another slide for that. Okay, there I'll show you. Okay, so there you have the option to do the injection of your JavaScript. Okay, it will generate the script that needs to be instrumented on your application. Okay, so basically you are putting the script that is generated in your head tag. Okay, this is your head tag, right? So here you are going to insert this particular the script that is obtained on your from your AppDynamics end user application. So it will give you the script when you create a new application. Okay, in a real under real user monitoring profile. Okay, that script you just have to add it here in the head tag of your application and save it. Okay, so I'm showing you the code, but this code will be this HTML code will be somewhere placed on the server. Okay, on your application server. So there you just put it. This script, what it will do, it will start monitoring your web page. Okay, how the user is able to access, and then it will send that particular data back to the AppDynamics controller. Okay, so that is how real user monitoring will work. Okay, so as part of that, it will send a snapshot, right? Okay, so that snapshot will be correlated with the business transaction snapshot of the server side. Okay, this we are saying it as a client side. Okay, client side data, and the server side data will be also be available. Okay, this correlation you will not be getting for all the transactions from the users. Okay, so there that correlation will be available for only for some of the transactions, because one-to-one snapshot mapping will not be there, right? So I hope you are getting the point. So from my laptop, if I'm making one transaction, okay, I'm hitting the server, right? Okay, there will be another user who is also using that, so hitting the server, right? So, but backend there will be many other servers. And how do we capture the snapshots? Not every time. Okay, we are getting the snapshots only every 5 minutes, or if there are any slowness or something. Okay, so these snapshots which are captured periodically should get correlated with the user transaction. Okay, so this probability will be kind of I'm saying less, or I'm saying not 100%. Okay, not all the snapshots which are triggered over here or all the snapshots which are triggered separately from the user will be correlated. Okay, only some snapshots will have the correlation. Okay, so for you to identify the complete details. And with respect to JavaScript injection, so you can directly inject the agent. You can directly. So I told you, right, this head tag, copying the code in your head tag. Yeah. So this particular step, you can directly do it from here as well. You don't have to manually go and copy paste the script. So that can be done automatically as well. Okay, so these are all the steps which are available for you in configuration. I'll go back to instrumentation. Okay, so here you can configure service endpoints and transaction detection. Okay, both are similar. Okay, transaction detection and service service endpoint configuration, both are similar. Okay, the rules which you are going to create is both are in both work in the same fashion. Okay, we have already seen the error detection part. Okay, so how do we configure the errors, the customized errors, if there are any which are applicable for your application. Okay, so that we have seen. And then data collectors, we also see this. We also saw that how do we add the method invocation or HTTP data collectors. Okay, we give the parameter data here, or we give the method and the class name of a particular method where the data needs to be captured. Okay, so call graph settings is another place where you would like to see like until what level, okay, of data you want to see, or if you want to say, for example, exclude certain Java libraries from your call graph, that you can set it over here. Okay, so for your call graphs. And if you want to include additional custom packages also, that also you can include. Okay, so and one more thing that you can do is you can either capture the raw SQL, which will have the data, or which will have the variable. Okay, so these two options are also available. Okay, let's save it and see and in our further transactions. Okay, and then we have the memory monitoring, which we'll be discussing, and the JMX settings. Okay, so if we have additional JMX metrics, Java related metrics that needs to be captured, that also we can take it. So I'll not go into this detail. Okay, yeah, I'll come back here. Yeah, the very first one is scope. Okay, where you are going to create a scope. Okay, so for example, you don't want to apply the changes for or apply your configurations everywhere. So you are going to create a scope of your own. Or for example, you have some 100 tiers. Okay, in that your configuration should apply only for, say, for example, 5 or 10 tiers. Okay, what you do, you create a scope of your own. Okay, I will say Ravi scope. Okay, and then for this I would need only my important parts, that would be inquiry and sell. Okay, that I think sell will come in inquiry itself or API services. Okay, so only these two will be required in my scope. Okay, so now I will save it. A scope is been created for me, right? Default scope will include all the tiers which will be available. Okay, now how this helps, we will see in the next step. Okay, transaction detection rules. Okay, as you see here, you have the default transaction detection rules which are already available for all the technologies. Okay, so .NET you have some technology, some rules which are available. Okay, and sorry, I will for Java you have, okay, usually for Java you have too many transaction detection rules. Okay, for Python you have. So these are all the transaction detection rules that are already available. Okay, so this particular icon, right, it will tell you what kind of detection rule it is. Okay, so these transaction detection rules, they will they will help you to either include a particular business transaction or even exclude a particular business transaction being discovered. Say, for example, you have too many business transactions that are being discovered and you don't want to see some of them on your dashboard. Okay, so for that, what you will do, you can either exclude the transactions from the BT list, or you can create a rule to not to discover those transactions at all. Okay, so if I go to business transactions here, I have an option to exclude a particular business transaction. Okay, so if I exclude it here, this will not come into my dashboard at all. Okay, so I'll not be able to see this particular business transactions at all. But however, if I create a rule to exclude a business transaction, the agent will stop discovering that particular business transaction completely. Okay, so that is the difference. So here it will say whether it is custom exclude or custom include or what kind of transaction it is. Okay, now I want only Java, and so if you see this, if you have seen A here, it is an automatic discovery rule. So I need automatic discovery rule for Java, which is this one. Okay, transaction. So here, what are all the things which are available for you? The very first thing, summary. You can give the name here. What is the transaction detection rule that you would like to type? Okay, provide. So, and the rule type, what kind of rule it is. Let me create a new one. Okay, so here, first thing you are going to select what kind of technology you are going to select for, whether it is Java, .NET, okay, what kind of transaction agent type you are using, and then what is the entry point type. Okay, so it is a URL, right? So our entry point type will be either servlet or a web service. So we know it's a servlet. Okay, we are using the servlet as our entry point. So we will be using the servlet as a this one. Okay, if it is automatic discovery, you are going to just select what kind of technology it is. Okay, but we need a custom match rule. Okay, so for that, okay, we will select what kind of rule it is, sorry, what kind of technology we are using, and then see the rule type automatically change to custom match rule. Okay, now you are going to select whether you want to include the transactions which are discovered or you want to exclude the transactions. Okay, and then you are going to give a name. Okay, now I am going to give a name of supercar include. Okay, and then you are going to enable it or disable it. Okay, and then next thing is the priority. So priority, as it says, it will tell the system to prioritize if two rules are conflicting with discovering the same transaction. Okay, so if the automatic discovery rules is also detecting a transaction, or if your another custom rule which you have defined is also detecting the transaction, okay, and the rule which you are defining now is also detecting a transaction, then you are going to say which rule has to be applied for your transaction which is being discovered. Okay, so higher the priority, okay, higher that higher priority will be considered first. Okay, so you have to give the priority higher for your custom match rules. Okay, then you can lower your priority for your auto discovery match rules. You can lower the priority for your auto discovered ones. Okay, because it depends on how you want to do it, or whatever the requirement for your application is. Okay, you can provide a description of a manual, any text description of what this rule will do. Select the scope. Okay, so this is where I told you, like, where this particular, you can create a new scope here. This rule should be applied to whether all the tiers or any particular two tiers, or this here I have created only two tiers, right? So you can create select only a particular single tier also. Okay, basically you are telling how this rule should be applied to what objects. Okay, here I am selecting all the tiers. Okay, next comes the rule configuration. Okay, so here you are telling what is your entry point. Okay, so I am telling you can have so many kind of matching criteria for your HTTP request. Okay, so that means when a particular method is called, okay, or when a particular URI is being hit, or when a particular host name is kind of detected, okay, then your transaction is kind of being discovered. Okay, so this is what you are going to tell, or you are going to provide the uh, entry point rule. Okay, so basically I am telling if the URL which is being incoming is not empty, then just capture that particular transaction as a business transaction. Okay, otherwise I can also put is not empty. Not is not empty is kind of again it will become empty, or I can put it contains. Let me remove the not. Okay, so say cell. Okay, split transactions using payload. Okay, so the payload is something that will be sent along with your request. Okay, so if you want to split your transactions with your payload, then you can use this. So there will be different kind of payloads that will be sent. Okay, so you can use that as well for splitting the transactions accordingly. Okay, so we'll not use this for now. Okay, as of now. Now I told you about uh, okay. So I haven't. I mean, we will use a. We will create a transaction detection rule, and we will see how it works. As of now, so we will just understand what are all the different criteria or different conditions that are available and that can be provided to detect a rule. Sorry, to create a rule. Okay, so in case of auto discovery rule, right? So here you have directly provided different kind of methods which are available for different frameworks. Okay, so for Spring Beans, transaction monitoring is enabled and discover those transactions for all the Spring Bean invocations. So this is how the method name will be, the bean name and the method name. So if any invocation is being occurred, then that particular invocation will be considered as a business transaction. Okay, so that is how that has been enabled. Now, if I want only the business transactions for the URL part, that is the servlet part, if I don't want the uh, struts action, then I can go ahead and disable those ones in my struts action. Okay, that which will not discover any of the transactions discovered by caused by struts action. Okay, so this is how you are going to customize the auto detection rules. Okay, and then under servlet. Okay, so under servlet you have the ability to use the mention the segments. Okay, so you can use a full URL or how many segments you want to capture. Whether you want to capture only one segment or two segments, that can be uh, selected over here. Okay, so let me select the full URL and apply some load, because anyway it is having only two transactions. So two segments in our application. So only those transactions will be discovered, which are already available. So I don't think there will be additional transactions that will be discovered. As you see here, all the ones with supercar, about, and only two segments are there. I have given full URI. Let's see if there are any additional transactions that will come. Okay. So this is about the transaction detection rules. Okay, any query until here? What we will do next is we will remove all the business transactions. Okay, and then we will configure or a rule, or we will update the rule and see how it is going to impact. Okay, guys, are you with me or any queries?
So,
Okay.
Ravi, so these are the default ones, right?
Yep. Default ones which are already available for you.
So what is the unique? So if there is something different, then we would point it, right? That's what you're trying to find.
It's not something different, I can say, if it is not discovered by the default ones. So
Okay.
your framework or your application. Um, so basically, what AppDynamics says is it will auto discovery rules will almost help you to discover most of the transactions. Okay, but they are not the best ones, or they are not the ones which will discover everything. Okay, if something is not being discovered, or there is also another approach. Okay, so where you want to, I mean, once you have discovered everything, right? Say, for example, in case of your on-prem, you lost your environment, or you want to migrate it to another server, or you want to do some upgrade. Okay, in that case, you will have to, if you upgrade your environment, or if you want to migrate to new environment, okay, there your auto discovery rules, you are not sure whether those transactions which are existing or which are discovered now might come again or not. Okay, so in such case, what you will do, you will create additional transaction detection rules for the ones which are already discovered, and keep it as a backup. Okay, I mean, you will have them ready. You will have the transaction detection rules available with you. So in case of our example, right, if I go to the BTs, okay, so now my controller, I am going to upgrade my controller to next version. So I'll be bringing down this particular controller. Okay, so all the data will be kind of gone for this particular application. Now, during this particular procedure, when again I after instrumenting back my application, so this I want to ensure the very first I had this important transactions, right? Sell and okay, inquire and sell. Okay, I'll just take inquire and car. So these two transactions, I want them to be discovered because they are very critical for me. So what I will do, okay, so I'll not rely on automatic discovery rules. What I will do, I will create a custom match rule for these two transactions. Okay, and I'll keep it, okay, in my configuration. So before doing my upgrade, I'll take a backup of those configurations, okay, and then I'll just upload the configurations in my new controller, so that I am ensuring my critical business transactions are being discovered. So this is one approach for you to ensure your required business transactions are discovered, even though some changes are happening to your controller.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, or another thing is you have a test environment. There you have identified everything, okay, and then you want to move the same configurations to your production, right? So again, you don't want to rely on your automatic discovery rules. So just create those rules and just copy those rules from your test controller to your production controller. Okay.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. Do you guys want to take a break, or we'll complete this? Yeah, let's go ahead. Yeah. If I don't hear any response, I'll take my dish. Okay. So additional BT operations. Okay, what else we have? We can rename the BT, we can delete a BT. Okay, it means it will historically information for a particular BT. Okay, it will remove everything. Okay, and then you can exclude a BT, disable or hide a BT. So excluding has two options. Okay, one is disabling from the transaction detection rule itself, or hiding from the BT view that you are going to see. And then group, that means you want to group them into one particular group. Say for example, car and cars, and action car, which is a strut action. Okay, so I'll group them into one particular BT, saying supercar cars. Okay, all of them will be kind of sitting in one view. Okay, okay, so you will see them later once we have that load. So these are all the different options which will be available for you. Okay, for most applications, sorry, so I told you, right, for most applications, auto discovery rules finds the optimal business transaction. No other configuration is needed. No, this is actually false. Auto discovery rules is not like one size fits all, but it will provide you the best estimation, or it will give you the best transactions that can be discovered. Okay, and I think I have another slide for priority as well. So after instrumenting the app, there is a business problem here. With AppDynamics and using auto discovery, a customer found hundreds of BTs showing up in the controller. Okay, basically 200. The list of BTs did not sort by importance to highlight which were the transactions they identified as critical to their business operations. Okay, they removed the auto discovered rules and followed the process which is provided here. Okay, now what is the process? The BT selection best practice process. Okay, I told you about something called as BT lockdown. Okay, so after identifying what you would like to monitor, okay, you can assume that auto discovery won't give you the precisely what you want. So it keeps giving the transactions and it keeps deleting the old transactions if you are kind of removing the old ones, or if there is no load. Okay, so for example, for some time, if nobody is using the about page, or no user is accessing the about page will kind of disappear from your BT after 14 days. And then if a new BT comes in, that BT will be discovered. Okay, so it's like you are not seeing what you want, or you are seeing your whatever you are seeing will be kind of dynamic. So you can prioritize what you want to see, and you have a system to how to freeze that particular thing which you want to see. Okay, what do we do? It apply BT lockdown to freeze the current set of BTs. Okay, so what BT lockdown will do means, so it will freeze the set of BTs which you are seeing right now. Okay, so all the BTs which are discovered for you. Okay, say for example, you are seeing 100 or 200 list of BTs. Those BTs will be available. Okay, it won't create any new BTs for you. Okay, if there is any new business transaction which is happening, that will go into something called as all other bucket traffic. Okay, all other traffic bucket. Okay, now once you do that, switch to full URI naming to get unique BTs for every unique URI that is being accessed. Okay, whatever I did right now, that you can do it for your application also. So what this will do, all the application, all different kinds of load for your application, okay, that will be coming and sitting into one bucket called all other traffic bucket. Okay, so whatever you are seeing, that will be available. Whatever the monitoring, whatever is discovered, that will be available. But whatever is something which is coming new, that will come and sit in your all other traffic bucket. delete all existing BTs. Okay, so I mean, you will again, after freezing, right, after applying the BT lockdown, you will remove everything. Okay, so that everything will go and sit in all other traffic bucket. Okay, there what you will do, you will select, okay, what is required and whatever is not required. Got it? Say in my case, I have around 23 business transactions. Okay, I don't want all of these business transactions to see in my view. What I will do, I will first thing what I will do is I'll apply the BT lockdown. Okay, and then I will remove all these BTs. Okay, I will delete all these business transactions, and then I will switch to the full URI naming conventions. Okay, that means whatever the kind of load that is coming into my application, let it come and sit in my all other traffic bucket. Okay, so in all other traffic bucket, after that, I will go inside all other traffic and I will register individual BTs which are important and relevant for me. Okay, so this is how we are going to ensure that only the things which is relevant and important for us will be visible in this business transaction view. Okay, let's do it. We'll go to configuration. No, not here. There is an option to BT lockdown. 1 second. Okay, I think one more thing I missed to explain you, I think. Okay, or here itself, transaction detection, more, you have business transaction lockdown. Okay, so enable business transaction lockdown. What this will do, it will enable business lockdown, the freezes the current set of BTs and any new ones will be created in go into the all other traffic bucket. And this is one more option you have, enable automatic cleanup. That means monitor transactions for 15 minutes since creation. Remove transactions that have less than or equal to one call. Okay, so that's okay. We don't have much traffic, so we don't want to do the automatic cleanup. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll say save. And this is kind of applicable for certain versions. Okay, Java agents for 4 plus versions only. So check the documentations for the supporting technologies. And most of these configurations, right, they are applicable for Java and .NET. Certain configurations are applicable only for Java, like this particular live preview, which I'll be showing. So those things will be applicable only for certain technologies like Java and .NET only. For PHP and other technologies, you will not be able to get all those things. Okay, we'll go back to rules. Sorry, we'll go to BTs now. I'll delete all of them. Usual shortcuts won't work. Okay, delete transactions. So now I have applied my lockdown and I have done the another step already. So I have already switched to my full naming convention of URL, right? So the full URI is already switched. Okay, now anyway, I don't have to do the changes. Now I'll apply the load again. Now if you see here, so it keeps coming. Okay, So the general recommended strategy in the case of new installs of AppD is to expect that you will ultimately need to create your own BT rules, because while auto discovery rules which are present out of the box are impressive, they won't necessarily work perfectly for every single customer. Okay. So you should expect that you will need to define custom match rules to achieve specific BTs that you want, because the auto discovery rules are operational as soon as the agents begin reporting to the controller. The first step in this process is to stop the agents from revealing new BTs by using BT lockdown, which freezes the current set, no new BTs, current set of BTs, so that even new traffic is detected, no new BTs will be showing up. Okay. Deleting the corresponding list of BTs showing in your controller then forces everything to filter into all other traffic. Okay. Where you can go ahead and select the required BTs. Okay. Now, this all other traffic bucket, they have some couple of points about here. So the first set of 200 business transactions operate on a first come first service basis. Okay, the very first 200 that we see, right? So they are called as first class BTs. Okay, and then we'll see something called as all other traffic bucket that will be called, that will come into, the road is not there. Huh? It's over. Sometimes the application stops. Let's wait for a couple of more minutes, it will come. Okay, so everything that will be beyond 200 is called all other traffic bucket. Okay, other than that, whatever is discovered on a first come first serve basis is called first class BT. Okay, so and also any BTs which are detected, which is 51st BT for a node is will also go here into all other traffic bucket. Now I'll just read it out. First, it's important to understand all the traffic bucket and how it works. Auto discovery rules may put many of your valuable transactions in all other traffic buckets. Okay, and some unwanted BTs would show up in your BT list. Okay, so the reason, even if you have, for example, sometimes, uh, uh, I mean, I just remembered one thing. You would not have 200 business transactions being captured in total. Okay, but still all of the traffic bucket would have been created. So why? Because for a particular node, the limit for the node of 50 BTs would have been crossed, and those BTs would have gone sit in a all other traffic bucket. Okay, so AppDynamics will assign what would be independent BTs into all other traffic buckets once it reaches a standard limit at either application level or the node level. This is what which I told you just now. Okay. In addition, if BT lockdown is enabled, any subsequent traffic will also get directed to all other traffic bucket. So what are all the conditions for this all other traffic bucket? Either total application level 200 transactions should cross, or node level transaction should cross 50, or BT lockdown should have been enabled. Only then transactions will go and sit in the all other traffic bucket. Notice that there is not just one bucket, but one per unique tier. Okay. So we saw one for web now. So when we go in here, so once we click here, so here we will be seeing all the BTs which are applicable or which are discovered. Okay. Now what you have to do, you have to select the ones which is required for you. For example, insurance is important for me. I'll register. So this will come and sit as my first class BT. Cell is important, but I'll select the other one. Inquire. Register. Okay. So I need only these many business transactions. Okay. So if I come back here, if I apply my load again, only those BTs will be available over here. Okay. So what does BT lockdown help? It freezes the current set. It prevents the transaction explosion. Okay. So you want only some 15 to 20 set of BTs which you want to see in your view, right? Or which you want to monitor, right? Only that can be seen here. Even though the limit is even though the limit is 200, you don't want to see all of them. So that explosion can be prevented by using BT lockdown. Okay. Now this is the step which we already followed. Now, okay, again in that particular top right corner, you will see the message also for all of the traffic, and you can go ahead and cherry pick or pick the registered transactions which is important for you. And after you applied the load again, then you will see those transactions separately. Okay. So we will see this in our case also. Okay. I just will give a couple of minutes. Now, see, once this is done, this is not the end of story, right? Because I told you, right? So you have to create, or you can create the custom match rules for the business transactions which you have detected and identified now. Okay. So registering the business transaction does not create or save BT rules. Okay. Now we have just registered the BT. That means it has to show up here. That does not mean it will have to, I mean, it would have created a rule for that particular business transaction. Okay. So for that, what should we do? Show anything in BT configuration, help you understand what AppDynamics should be monitoring, allow you to migrate to another BT environment. So this is what I told you. Like, if you want to migrate it to another environment, so the rules will help you to do that, BT configuration rules. And also, if it will help you to understand only what is required for your monitoring. Okay. Let's. Okay, one question. Business transaction lockdown prevents new BTs from showing up. True or false?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, now this is which of the following are features of all of the traffic bucket? Okay, all of the traffic dashboard displays a flow map of the combined paths of the request it contains. You can right click a request in the bucket to create a BT rule. The all other bucket continues to capture requests even though BT lockdown is enabled.
Which of the following are the features of all of the traffic bucket? C.
Correct. A is also correct. It displays a flow map, right, for you. Only B is not correct because you cannot create a new rule over there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now comes about the discussion about the priorities. Okay. Okay. We will see what are the priorities which will be taken by custom match rules, or the differences between auto discovery and custom match rules. Okay. AppDynamics is designed to discover most BTs automatically. I think we have discussed this also. Custom match rules are evaluated first, and then auto discovery rules will be evaluated later. Okay. So this is about the difference between automatic discovery rule and the custom match rule. Okay. Now we will go to the priorities. How the transactions will be discovered or excluded. Okay. Or which one will take the priority first. If a transaction, say for example, I am hitting the sell page. Let's see if we have, yeah. So whatever the transactions which I have selected, they are coming up now, right? Okay. Now I am accessing the inquire page in my application. Okay. So that means this is going to hit a call on the URI of the inquire. Now I have created or excluded a, say for example, I will exclude this particular transaction. Or let it be, we will discuss in the sheet directly. Okay. So which one will take the priority in case of the same transaction being part of multiple rules? Okay. So if you have excluded a transaction, okay, then that will take the first priority. So that means the transaction will not be seen in the your view. Okay, even if it is discovered from another custom match rule. Okay, but if it is excluded, the exclusion will take the highest priority. Okay, so for example, if you have created a automatic detection rule, sorry, custom match rule to exclude or to discover this particular transaction. Okay, this transaction should appear for you, but however, you have excluded from the view. So even though it is discovered, it will get excluded. So the exclusion will take the highest priority. And then custom match include rule will take the priority. After that, exclude rule, and then the auto discovery rule. So basically, the exclusion of from the view, from the BT view will be the highest priority, and then the custom match rules. Under custom match rules, the include one will be the first, and then the exclude rule, and then the auto discovery rule, and in the end, the ignored ones. Okay. So this is the order of precedence for the detection of the business transactions. Okay. So again, this is what which is applied. So the highest priority ones, which will be, again, for example, if you have two rules which are having same kind of, I mean, if a transaction is kind of goes applicable with two detection rules, then there comes the priority number that you are going to give as an input. For auto discovery rules, I think we don't have the priority because it will take lesser priority when you compare to the custom match rule, but still you can increase the priority. Oh, okay. So, and one more thing, when you are giving priority, right, give in terms of 10 or 50 or something like that, because you don't know when additional priority transactions will come or a lower priority transaction might come. Okay. So you will have some room to create additional rules if a lower priority or a higher priority transaction might come. Okay. So if you give, say, for example, now you have 3 custom match rules that you are going to create, okay, in the order of 1, 2, 3 with the priority, right? Instead of giving 1, 2, 3, give 10, 20, 30. Okay. So that if there is any additional transaction which comes in between 1 and 2, you can give either 15 or 11 or something like that. Okay. You will know you don't have to modify the existing priorities which you have already defined. So that is what they have defined, prior 10. Okay. If we want to ensure that there is always a BT, okay, we can potentially create the full, you can potentially use the full URL or at least some part of which uniquely distinguishes it from other requests. To define a custom match rule, we'll be seeing in how we do it in the coming slides. Okay. So custom match rule to break out key transactions. Okay. We saw, right, what are all the things which we are required. The very first thing, we will select the agent type and the entry point type. Okay. It will be a servlet. And then we are going to select whether it is a include rule or a exclude rule. And then we are going to give the name which has to be appeared. Okay. So when I say search movie, this will come in the business transaction which is discovered. Okay. It won't be like the actual URI. Okay. /search is not the one which will come. Okay, and then you are going to give the actual condition. Okay, so in our case, what we have done, we have uh, already logged our transactions, right? The BT lockdown is still applicable, and we have only selected couple of transactions which are which would be uh, which we have registered, right? So what we will do, we will create a custom match rule for another business transaction, okay, which is not listed over here. So we have seeing car, enquire, and insurance and search, right? So we'll go into all of the traffic bucket just to see what are all available, and then we will add a rule for that particular BT. Excuse me one sec. So what I'll do, I will do it for about, okay, or I'll do it for home. Okay, so we haven't discovered home page. Okay, now what I'll do, did I save the new rule? No. So I will create a new custom match rule. It's a servlet. Okay, and it's the home page, I'll say. And I'll give the higher priority of say 20. Scope has to be all tiers. Okay, now add URI contains home. Okay, so this is what my rule is. Now you have something called as live preview here. Okay, once you click this, right, okay, you will be able to see the live sessions or live BTs that are being discovered if you are applying some load. Okay, so in case of home, I think it will come on, but the scope will be applicable only for a particular node. So you need to know where the load will come actually. Okay, so if there is any other live session which is already going on, then it will show live session active. Let me select this. Okay, so now I'll apply load here, and I'll also access the home page. You should also see, I mean, the one more option is you should be able to see all the data, and then you can directly right click and give that condition also here. Let's wait. Let's click here. use cell itself. API services, right? I need to change scope, I think. Just a second. And I'll say insurance. Insurance is accessible. Okay, we will leave it for a minute and then we will see. Okay, so this is how we are going to create the custom match rules to break out from the transactions which have been locked or freezed. Okay, so you can once you register the business transactions, right, then you are going to create the rules for them to ensure they are kind of discovered uh, whenever you are creating a new application or whenever you are migrating to a new environment. Okay. So as you saw in the example, they created a transaction with the search movie as the name, and that has been discovered. All right. See. Oh, okay. So we saw it right. Now this has been masked by all other traffic bucket. So the home page transaction, which, okay, that's the reason we are not seeing.
Oh, so did we block it?
Yeah, we have done the this one, right?
Yeah. I think one of
Applied
them
the
we blocked.
lockdown, right?
Lockdown, yeah. One of them we did there.
Yeah, so, but I think inquire should come, but I'm not sure why it is not coming. Yeah. It did not get saved also. Let me save this first. So this transaction live preview in the complete discovery session, this is for not for a particular rule. Okay, so this will kind of give you everything. Okay, so this is different. That live preview is available only for the Java rules, and only for that particular rule it will apply. And this discovery session is like any load which is coming on that particular node will also be applied. I think I should have selected the web portal nodes, which will take all the load usually. So this application design is quite yeah, you can see, right? Car inquiries, there are 39 calls. Now what you can do, capture snapshots. Anything which is coming on this particular node is being shown here.
So the inquiry should come now into this.
Right. I think the application went down. It's not coming up. Yeah, I have to restart the app.
Yeah, it's not opening for me as well.
Yeah.
So yesterday I was saying, right, Ravi, for these applications like open source.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a ThemeSoft.
ThemeSoft is the application name, huh?
No, it's a website where you can download some of the applications like predefined. I mean, nowadays, long back it used to be very completely free, but now only certain applications are free. Other ones are like they're charging $20, 30.
Okay,
Uh,
okay. No, the thing is, for the demo application, it has to suffice all the requirements like the BTs. We should be able to create transaction detection rules, and we need to know. I mean, here we don't know the code yet, but if we know the code, we will be able to use for data collectors as well. Okay, and information points as well. So
mhm.
that's how kind of building a demo application itself will become a project actually.
Yeah, that's true. That's right.
So this is the transaction detection discovery, like for you. Yeah, this is applicable only for Java and .NET agents. Okay, for you to fine tune or apply the real traffic and to identify what kind of BTs are coming. Okay, so find the uninstrumented code, like if there is something which is not instrumented or not there in the business transactions, that can be identified here. Okay, in the BTs, and then you can write a rule for that. Okay, I will just try once more for doing the live preview. Okay, and then if it doesn't work, we'll go ahead with the next topic. Home page. So here I have selected cell. Instead of that,
Ravi, can we take a 5 to 10 minutes break? 5 minutes at least.
yeah, we will take after this.
Okay.
Just give me 2 minutes, then we'll take a break. So one session is already kind of going on. Yeah, okay. We'll go for a break. It's 7:10 now. We'll come back at 15 minutes is fine.
Yeah, 10 minutes is okay. Yeah, 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, we'll take 10-15 minutes. Okay. 7:25 we'll come back. Okay.
Okay.
Excuse me. Okay, I think I restarted the application. No, yet to start. So one last try for the live preview, and then we will go ahead and with our concepts. So the scope configuration model we discussed, and I showed you like how do we define the scopes, whether should the transaction detection rule should be applicable for a particular tier or only for the custom tiers, or all the tiers, which is for the default scope. Okay. So this, what it does, it actually reduces kind of load on your controller as well, because it doesn't have to do the processing for where it is not applicable as well. And it kind of gives you customization where only required, there you can apply your required rules. Okay. So it provides you the flexibility. Okay. So so we discussed about the significance of prioritizing BTs, BT entry and exit points, how controller communication, selecting the BTs by hand, custom match rules, scope. Now we will discuss another strategy also, how to manage the business transactions. Okay. So we have multiple strategies. We will go into one, and I'll just discuss about other transactions. Just I'll go as an overview. So there are three strategies. Okay, part of it. You can go through the slides in detail if you want. One is aggregating and breaking out. So aggregate and breakout means, so first you are going to accumulate all the transactions which are required, and then you break out only for the ones which are required. And then business transaction QA, where you are going to test all the possibilities in your lower environment, and then select the ones which are required for you. Next one is prioritizing the BTs. So what you will do, you will go ahead and name the business transactions along with the priority, so that any end user or any normal user who actually sees the business transaction will also be able to understand. Okay, so you are going to rename the BTs as well over here, along with providing the name, we are providing the priority in the name itself. Okay, we'll go with the first strategy. Aggregate via custom match rules, replace certain BTs with a certain endpoints. So this is one of the strategy. Okay, so this is useful for your existing environments where there is lot of existing data or large environments with lot of important functions. Okay, if you believe there are 200 or more important functions, then you can consider one of the below options. One is aggregate some fine-grained BTs together into a single one. Okay, by adjusting the BT detection rules. We saw it, right? So we saw that. Okay, again, it is kind of blocked by all of the traffic. Enquiry is there, but enquiry is not coming. Just a moment, right? Oh, okay. I'm doing incorrect thing actually. So we'll come back to the best practice. Okay. So when you feel there are more than 200 BTs, what you can do, you can group the fine-grained BTs into a single one, and then you can replace certain BTs with the endpoints where you feel like this particular BT might not be required, and you can manage that with the service endpoint. So when I say aggregation, okay, so some similar transactions or some transactions which might belong to the same. Okay, the home page is kind of being discovered here, so I'll have to register it. So that means it is getting discovered. Okay. Now, when I say action.execute on the action cell.execute and the cell transaction which we have, or inquire, I have already registered. There is inventory, insurance, inventory. Yeah, action inventory.execute and the in supercar trader.inventory.jsp. So these two transactions are similar but are performed by kind of different frameworks, right? So what we can do, we can group or aggregate these into one transaction by creating a different rule. Okay, so wherever inventory is kind of found, then you can actually go ahead and create one business transaction rule. So this is one way of grouping or reducing the number of business transactions for your use case. Okay. Fork cannot allocate memory. Seems like the application has gone down a bit. Okay. Now with respect to the strategy one, what do? Identify which current BTs could logically be aggregated together. So you are going to group the transactions which you want to say, for example, group them together, and then consider the common characters that must be used in a single custom match rule. So I told you about the inventory example where inventory is the name which I can use, or any other custom characteristics that can be used, a common characteristic that can be used to aggregate the rules. And then individual high priority functions can still be picked out. Okay, so out of these three, okay, for example, I am picking in the three business transactions saying, okay, customer payments and customer rentals. Okay, so there are three transactions. Okay, slash movie stream slash customer payments and rentals. Okay, so when we discover the transactions, all these three transactions have been discovered for us. Okay, now out of these three, okay, for me, payments is also important. What I'll do, I'll aggregate these three into one transaction. Okay, so I'll aggregate these three into customer transactions. Okay, I'll rename it and I'll create a rule for creating, aggregating these three into one transaction called customer. But now I also see like payments is kind of one important transaction for me, and people see some failures on that particular business transaction. So I would like to have snapshots being captured separately for this particular payments business transaction. Okay, So what will happen once I aggregate it into one business transaction, right? Say for example, if every periodically, that means periodically we will have snapshots being captured. That means every 5 minutes one. So that means 12 in an hour, right? Okay. So this 12 per hour used to be like earlier we used to get 36 transactions for these three separately. Now these 12 will be divided between these three. Okay. So, and we don't know whether the data for payments might come or might not come. Sometimes all these 12 transactions might go to rentals or go to customer or go to payments, or it will get divided on all of them. Okay. So, however, I need snapshot separately for this particular transaction. So what I will do, I will create this rule, right? On top of it, I'll create another rule called customer payments with a higher priority, okay, which is breaking out of the aggregation. Okay. So now I'll have separate snapshots for payments and separate snapshots for the aggregated snapshot, aggregated business transactions. Okay, need to get it? What I'm doing, I'm combining the ones which are having some common transaction, common characteristic. Okay, out of that, if there are any high priority ones where we would need separate snapshots or separate individual data, which is important, and if you need more data for them, what you will do out of the aggregation, you will bring out the transaction with a higher priority transaction detection rule. Okay, so if I have created with 10 priority for this one, now I will create with, say for example, 12 or 15 priority, so that this particular transaction will be detected first, and then all these transactions will be detected. Okay, so it will be created separately to ensure all the relevant data will be separated out. Okay, so this is one strategy that you can use where you have more data. Okay, so if data is kind of too much, then you can use this aggregation and breaking out functionality to create separate business transaction detection rules. Okay, so they have gone through this particular strategy. What they have done, they have created a scope for the admin tier in their application, and then create an aggregation custom match rule. So now to to group all the business transactions as part of one rule, they have created one business transaction which says any that will request any containing the text, movie stream, or admin customer. Okay, so anything which is having the customer will go into one particular transaction which is named as admin customer. Okay, now admin customer is a new transaction that is separately created, and it will combine three different transactions. After that, what it will do, if you go to the snapshots, you will be able to see all the three different URLs which are having. Here you can see two, but it will capture anything which is going beyond customer also. Those URLs will also be captured in that particular snapshot. Okay, so in that particular BT as a snapshot. Okay, now again what they will do for them, payments is another high priority one. For that, they will create another business transaction detection rule with a higher priority with the name customer payments. And in that BT, what will they do? They will give a rule called wherever customer payments is also the URL contains customer/payments. Okay, so in this way they will be able to create two separate transactions and reduce one transaction. I mean, here they have taken only an example of three transactions being aggregated. Okay, you might have functionalities where 5 to 10 transactions are being separately being detected, but you want to combine into one particular business transaction, right? So in this example, we reduce 3 to 2, and both the two are kind of important ones. One is admin customer and the second one is customer payments. Okay, so this is the very first strategy. Okay, any queries on this?
So, but this would be applicable like if there are more than 10, right? If there
more
are
than
more
200, I mean.
More than 200, okay, yeah, because we are limited things anyway. It's going to pull up even though you give the priority.
So if you have limited transactions, they will anyway show up. But again, it depends on like if you don't want to see all of them, you delete and apply the lockdown, which we saw in the previous strategy, where and register only the ones which are required for you.
Yeah, got it.
Oh, is the application running or not? Just a second, I'll just restart. Tomcat itself is not coming up. Uh, 2 seconds, let me kill these processes and we'll start. Yeah, now it is coming up. Okay, it will come up. We are almost kind of don't need the application much, but we need it for DB agent. So we have enough data over here, but let's okay. Let's go with strategy 2. So this is where you are going to set up agents on the test systems. Okay. Define separate AppDynamics application for test systems. Execute an individual function you want to monitor. So you will, I mean, if you have 2 controllers, you can have it in, you can create your application in your test controller, or in the same application, you can create if you are having only 1 controller, then you can create the application, test application in the same controller. Okay. Now, the third step is execute an individual function you want to monitor. So now here it is quite kind of catchy approach, or I mean, little difficult approach, where you have to apply the load only on a function that you would like to monitor. So in case of my supercar functionality, if I would like to only capture all the search transactions first, I have to limit and then ensure only search transactions are being executed. Okay, so I need to create my test cases, or I need to apply the load for using my load testing tools or load application tools. So only to the transactions which are happening on a particular functionality. Okay, see if anything is detected through auto discovery rules. Okay, and then if not, define the custom match rule to deliberately request that particular request. Continue the process for all the key functions. So it's kind of a little tedious process. Okay, if you have too many functions, or even like limiting the functionality or limiting application of load to a particular functionality will be might be challenging. Okay, but this is one of the strategy which has been best practice which has been defined by AppDynamics itself. Okay, so where you are going to set up test systems, I mean agents on test systems, and then apply load only on a particular functionality. Okay, and then you take the auto discovery rules. I mean, see if anything is detected from auto discovery rules, and then create define custom match rule to deliberately detect the request. I mean, even though whether if it is discovered now or not, you have to create the custom match rule, because you are kind of identifying and creating the rules for what you would like to monitor. Okay, and then you will reiterate the process for all your rest of your functions. Okay. So in this strategy, the idea is to start with no BTs and no traffic. Okay, and then you are going to keep the traffic only where. Keep in mind that you always enable BT lockdown and delete existing BTs to get back to clean state. So again, you will register those BTs, right, after your rules from the all of the traffic bucket. You are going to register, and then you are going to create the automatic custom matching rules. Okay, so here you will have to ensure there is no traffic on your application, and also there is no I mean there are no BTs before you start with this approach. Okay, so for example, what they have taken example login. Okay, invoke login on the instrumented test app. Okay, if running a test script, ensure that it performs no other functions. Okay, we need to ensure we don't run any other function after login. Okay, we also don't want to execute specialized version of the login which might not accurately represent the entry point. Like if any API method or if any other method of login that needs to be invoked. So we don't want to do that, because we will have to ensure the entry point has to be correctly defined and identified. Next, trigger more traffic and then verify if the custom BT shows up as it should. Okay, so you again trigger more traffic for the required functionality, and then you see if the traffic is being detected as it has to do it. Okay, it's happening. Continue on to the next functionality and repeat the process. It's the same thing. Like after login, you will go to search, and then you will go to rental, customer payments, etc. Okay. So you will have to identify the same thing for all the rules. Define rule configuration for new custom match criteria should only detect the desired request types. So basically what you are going to test it out is you would like to, whatever you need to monitor, only for those things you are going to create the rules. It's not like whatever is being auto discovered, even though if you don't want to monitor them, that you are not going to include them at all here. Okay. So third strategy is what little quite I mean sensible and also useful. Okay, just 1 second. Okay, so here, for example, there are situations, right, where operation system will not know what is priority or what is not sometimes. So that means sometimes they will escalate the issues, and the higher management has to involve, even though it is not kind of high priority issue, right? So for these kind of, to avoid these kind of scenarios, what is the third approach is you are going to rename the BTs along with the priority, and you are going to kind of name the BTs in such a way you will understand what this particular BT means. Okay, so this will help you to avoid these cases, and anybody who sees this will understand, okay, this is what the priority is and this is how I need to take the action if there is something wrong. So if the health is going wrong, or if, yeah, basically if the health is going wrong, or if something is, if you're seeing slowness on a particular issue, then you can assign the priority by yourself without even contacting the application teams. Okay. Next thing, how do we do it is what about the steps which are laid out here, like priority to BT lockdown. Prior to BT lockdown, the catch-all method was used to. So this is the third approach, right? And then this is the last fourth approach, where old one, I mean, the legacy approach is kind of being defined. It says it is not recommended at all. Okay, you kind of discover everything. Okay, before even locking down the BTs. It's like catch-all method was used to pick up whatever didn't get detected by more specific BT rules. Okay, rules with, I mean, there was no BT lockdown earlier. Okay, so this BT lockdown was introduced in certain recently version in the recent versions. So before that, everything was kind of detected. Then rules would be prioritized so that important BTs are captured first. All other BTs would then fall into the catch. So instead of all of the traffic, there was something called as catch-all BT. Okay, now this is scenario based one. Now service endpoints, how do we use service endpoints for this particular thing to be achieved? Okay, we see it here. So we are seeing the home page transaction where we created a rule, right? For all the, okay, I think that's where I made this mistake. So I did not save it. Initially, I gave it as car. Okay, only anything which contains car. And in all the BTs, we will have the car available. Supercar trader, supercar trader is available everywhere. So all the BTs are coming in here. But however, I should have just given car.jsp or car.do. So that would have made sense. So I hope you understood this. Okay. Or I can create another rule and show you like. So there is one thing which I wanted to show, so that's why I'm kind of, I will do the inquire, sorry. So service endpoints to provide dashboards to monitor one particular piece of system, replace business transactions that collects metrics without the overhead of BTs. I mean, you don't need the complete workflow. Keep an eye on third-party providers in case they switch you to slower system. So what will happen in case of third-party service providers? So initially in the trial basis or in the initial couple of months when you have taken the service, they'll ensure you are kind of getting a very good service, right? So over the time, as you kind of you will feel comfortable with that particular vendor, they might switch you to another model or another service where the degradation will start. Okay, so to monitor such kind of uh, I mean discrepancies, I can say. So there you can kind of set up third party. I mean monitoring for the service, create a service endpoint and set up monitoring so that whether the service provided by the third party is kind of in a consistent manner or not. Okay, so there you will kind of see the dashboard for that particular one service which is being provided. Okay, split service endpoints according to varying territory values. Okay, so you can also divide this according to the regions. Okay, there are examples which have been provided where you will be able to identify how service endpoints will be helpful for you. So monitor performance at a specific point, okay, only on the payments engine I want to concentrate. No visibility of downstream activity, whether it is calling another service or not. I'm not worried about that. Can monitoring anything, not just services like any API endpoints or URLs or something like that. Not limited to monitoring where a service ends. Think of them as a service point. Okay, so what this says is like in the if you see the uh, flow map. Okay, so from web you are making a call to insurance. Okay, and then from inquiry also you are making a call to some DB. So for example, if web is making to call inquiry and inquiry is making a call to DB, you don't have to think only DB is as your service endpoint. Okay, from one point to another point, okay, any other thing will be considered as a service endpoint. Okay, you can monitor only the web, you can monitor only the inquiry service, you can monitor only the API service. Like that you can monitor any of the service point. Okay, I'm not sure why this is not coming in. Now, so they also allow you to obtain a subset of metrics and associated snapshots for a particular service so that you can focus on the information of truly of interest as opposed to metrics across the entire BT, okay, or an entire tier. For example, you might be in charge of an authentication piece that serves the login business transaction as well as the upsell business transaction. Okay, so in that case, neither BT can give you the pure information of your page. So in case of this authentication thing that they have taken, okay, it will be taking care of two functionalities. Okay, but however, you want to identify only the authentication performance. So in that case, you will configure a service for endpoint only for the authentication service endpoint, which will focus on only one functionality. Service endpoints do not track downstream activity, no flow maps, no snapshots, except if it is included in a BT snapshot, no user experience thresholds as with a BT. So user experience thresholds will not be applicable over here. So you can identify, I told you about that example of the third party service, which will shift you to another service, right? So that is the example that I have provided. So combining BTs and service endpoints. So as part of this particular transaction, okay. So here the messaging queue is making another transaction to another endpoint. Okay, so when you say BT, okay, for the BT entry point is this, okay, and the traffic is flowing to here, and then to messaging queue, and then to this one. Okay, so all these things will be considered as one BT, the entire workflow. But however, in case of service endpoints, you can divide it into 3 separate endpoints. One at the start of the BT, and I mean the entry point will be this one, and this one. Okay, all 3 will be considered as separate, separately, and you can monitor them separately. So if something is not discovered as a by custom or by default, you can set up a custom service endpoint. Again, here also it is similarly where you can go ahead and create a business transaction rule. It's not working. Something I have given wrong. Okay, so these are all the services. The application configuration will be whatever is configured for the application that will be directly used. But if you want to customly create one, you can go ahead and create over here. So since this is a Java application, it is already showing you the Java services. Next, let me see if something is not available. We will add one. So it's kind of everything is already discovered: home, inquire, search, sell, supercars. The car.go is not there. So like this, you can create one service endpoint on your custom service endpoint. And for your automatic rules also, you can enable or disable so that will customize the configuration. Okay, so I think I have disabled one of them, so it has taken the customization. So the moment I click here, it will be taking the customization option. Okay, and you can copy this particular configuration to all of your tiers or to another to the whole application. Okay. So we did this now. Let's see if it gets discovered. Replacing a BT with the service endpoint. So you can remove that particular business transaction. Okay. And if the custom match rule is also there for the BT, you can remove that and you can create that particular business transaction in your service endpoint. Sorry, you can create that particular rule for a service endpoint in the service endpoint rule detection. So you can also configure health rules for the service endpoints also. It's not just limited for business transactions. You can configure the rules as well. A service endpoint snapshot is captured every 10 minutes by default. There will be no snapshots. Okay, so that's false. Okay, we are with respect to live preview and custom match rules. We already saw this. Okay. how the live preview is kind of helping us match criteria. So one thing I just wanted to show you actually is the live preview. If it finds if it's showing you the traffic, right, the live traffic which is coming, what it will do is it will directly, you can directly change the condition dynamically. Okay, so that is one thing which I wanted to show. Let me try without lockdown if it might work. One last time I'll see. Okay, so what it will help you match criteria can result in multiple BTs. So you can actually see the live data, and then you can ideally apply the rules once you do the right click, right? So here, once a transaction is detected, what you can do, you can right click and you can apply that particular rule over here, and the changes will automatically get applied over here. So that's the only thing which I wanted to show. Yeah, I think car.do was not there, and now it is coming here. Okay, so the car.do has been discovered now as a service endpoint which I created. I have to delete this as well. Okay, now so the matching criteria available when defining a BT rule are sophisticated and allow you wide range of options. But however, it does not need to define one rule per BT. Okay, it also means there are risks of using matching criteria that don't give you exactly what you think. Okay, so that's why the live preview will give you that particular matching criteria for you. Okay, once you see the list of BTs, right? So if you click on that particular BT, and then if you right click and apply, so that particular criteria will be automatically applied. So the criteria that you have defined might not be the correct one, or what it also says is whether the criteria that you have given is working or not. So in this case, the transaction is not being detected. Maybe I have selected a different scope, or the transactions are the load is not being applied properly. So it can be any other thing. Okay. So here it will help you, live preview and BT discovery session will help you to fine tune your business transaction rules. So there are two modes within live preview: testing an existing BT or creating a new BT. Please note that when it comes to splitting a BT, the only way to generate a split within live preview is to be in the creating a new BT mode. Okay, so if it is in the existing BT mode, you cannot split the BT business transaction. The default transaction discovery capabilities in the AppD platform can get you up and running quickly. However, in most cases, you will want to fine tune it. Okay, so test the BT rules before moving them to production to avoid the possibility of a BT explosion. So this is how the live preview will help you. So you might think like, okay, the rule which you have created might be working fine. So this live preview will avoid in case of too many BTs are detected by a particular rule. Works with Java Servlet and Pojo custom rules, ability to test out rule logic against real-time application load. Okay, make adjustments to rule logic and get instant feedback. We saw that, right? Whenever I do these changes, I just click on apply, and automatically that changes will be applied over there. Available from rule configuration tab. So it is not applicable for .NET. So these are the steps that you have to follow. So you can preview the result, adjust the logic whenever you want, and then you save it. Okay. So live preview will inspect the detailed data from live request, right click on a value to add it to the custom match or split criteria. So I told you, right, that is one thing which I wanted to show you on this one. Let's see if it works out a little later. Okay. So live preview and custom match rules. So you select an option on the dropdown that gives you visibility of all the values that AppDynamics is noticing for that category. If it is seeing something else, okay, I think maybe instead of URI, HTTP request is the right thing. You can also see the HTTP parameter or any class name or any host name with that. Okay, so when using live preview, you must save your changes or they will not persist. Yeah, so after doing live preview, right, you are seeing the required data and you have applied these changes to your matching criteria, then you will have to save it. Otherwise, your previous changes or your previous settings, whatever was there, that will get applied. PT discovery sessions, it's again similar one, okay, but only thing is it helps you to discover the complete kind of traffic, and this is applicable for your .NET as well. Okay, so explore real-time traffic to help define business transaction rule logic, review results of creating or updating BT rules in a safe environment, which we saw now. Look up specific classes and review methods running in JVM or CLR and easily define new Pojo or Coco business transaction rules. Find uninstrumented code. Okay, so if a particular code is not kind of instrumented in the agent, so that can also be identified. To start a new discovery session, once you go to this transaction detection rules, right, you just click on live preview and then you will be able to see it. And you will have to select on a particular node where you will have to, you want to see the traffic. So right click in any list of uninstrumented code and view the stack trace for any discovered calls. And you can create custom match rule from here as well. Let's try at least this one if since this is not working. Okay. we have seen this, like we can look for a particular class, or we can see, since we don't have much visibility to this particular code, so I'm not able to find the exact things. Uh, Search for classes and methods if you want like to instrument any particular one. Okay, so you can do that as well once you see the traffic. Function similar to live preview. So apply the changes during the session. Again, you all here also, once you have seen the session, right? I mean, once you have uh, identified, sorry, once you have seen the changes, then for those things, if you want to apply those rules, will have to save it again. Starting slow query. I think now we should be able to see the data. Oh, enquire page is coming. So it's being detected. Good. So we are not seeing in the live preview, but the transaction rule is kind of working. Okay. Can you guys see it? We have a business transaction with the enquire page. And this home page is also, I don't know why it is going to all the traffic again. Oh, I think I'll have to delete that. Okay, 1 sec. Can you see this? The home page is coming. Capture snapshots. Okay. Let me apply the load once more. So BTA discovered sessions can help you to see the business transaction detection by rule. So you can test that rule, whether it is accurate or not. And it can also help you to identify undiscovered BTs. Okay. So next thing is backend detection. Okay. What is a backend? Anything which is uninstrumented or a database or HTTP backend, HTTP endpoint will be called as a backend. Okay. So uninstrumented databases or remote services will be called as backends in AppDynamics. Okay. So we can calls to be backend can be detected for DB, messaging services, and web services. So we are seeing all these three icons over here. Okay. So these endpoints, if we are not seeing them right, so we can configure them as well as part of our backend detection configuration. Um, um, So after this, I think we'll move to the database uh, detection, sorry, configuring the database agent, and then we will discuss on the memory management. Okay. You guys, are you there, or is it confusing or boring for you? So from the downloads, you can get the database agent. So can you see this? You are seeing the live view of the snapshots, and you can also see the HTTP parameters which are being sent, okay, as part of the load that is being generated. Can you see the HTTP parameters? Okay, the IDE of the, okay. So what you can do if you want to modify your transaction detection rules, you can take these particular details, okay, and then add them into your detection rules, okay. So which will help you to fine tune the transaction detection rules. Okay, let's download it. Thank you. So here also it's similar configuration where you are going to modify your configuration file. Okay. I hope you guys are now aware of these details: account access key, account name, controller name.
Ravi, where we need to configure this DB agent?
Yeah, you can configure the DB agent where the DB is hosted, wherever the DB is hosted, or you can do it on another system as a remote one, but it should be able to connect to the databases. Okay.
Okay.
So that port opening, or that connectivity should be there, so that you will be able to. So in DB agent, what we have is the DB agent will collect the data and send the data to controller. Okay, but how it will collect? It will have something called as collector, where the collector will remotely connect to the database, and then it will give you the details. Okay. So one thing I told you, right? Like here we'll have to give the heap size. Okay. The reason being, see, it is also it is also a Java-based agent. So that you are going to give the heap size based on your number of what do I say, like databases that you would like to monitor.
Sure.
So I'll give 256 because we kind of monitor only one.
So in this situation, we can't say that the database monitoring is agentless. It's anyway like agent based
It is
only.
still agent based, but you don't have to install the agent on the where your GB is installed. You
Okay.
can still do it kind of remotely.
Yeah, but anyhow, this collector is needed.
Yeah, collector that will be there on the agent itself, and you will configure the collector from the controller. You are not going to deploy anything where your DB is hosted.
Yeah, but even if like it's an intermediate server, we
Yeah,
have to deploy
that is
this.
required. Yeah.
So it's not agentless.
Small initial heap.
We will take the service account and do that. Sorry.
Yeah, so you will provide the credentials of the service account of the DB. Okay, that's fine. Oh, sorry. So we are just going to start the DB agent script or the DB agent var file, jar file, along with providing you the heap metrics. That's all. So one more thing that you want to do is like you can copy this particular script, DB agent starting script to the init.d directory, so that whenever your machine agent is also restarted, it will come up automatically. Okay. So what that? Yeah. So I will. Meanwhile, it takes a couple of minutes to load actually. So what I'll do, we will discuss on the memory management metrics. Okay. Any queries with respect to live instrumentation, live preview, business transaction discovery session, or anything we discussed until now? I'll go to.
So can you once again go with this DB agent, Ravi?
Sorry, what do you need?
Can you go and with this DB agent once again from scratch? Just go give an overview.
Yeah, okay. So I didn't do much actually. So first we need to have the Java that has to be installed since we are doing it on our application machine itself. Okay, where we have already installed a Java, right? So I'm not checking this particular step. So Java is already installed. Copy the agent. Okay, I downloaded the agent from the website. Okay, the AppDynamics download website. I took the link to the download and I downloaded it, and I unzip the file to the directory. Okay, you can create a directory for OPT Dynamics. I have created another directory called DB agent. Okay, and then after that you give the controller info details where you are going to provide only. Sorry, this is a these three are not required. Application name, tier name, mode name. So you are going to provide controller host, port, SSL enabled, and then account name and account access. Okay, so these 5 attributes you are going to provide as we did for both APM and machine agent. So the same details will be provided. And after that, you are going to start the DB agent. Okay, so you have a script over here. Start DB agent. Okay, so this will actually invoke your DB agent file. Sorry, the DB agent jar.
So yeah, I understood. So the only thing is uh, we can do this on the database, right? Database where the database is relying, or
You
else.
can, yeah, that's what even he was asking, like Devanshu was asking. He was also like, where should we configure this? You can configure it either in the place where the agent is hosted. Sorry, where the database is hosted, or you can configure it where this particular remotely. I mean, you don't have to. There is no rule for you to do it on the host machine itself. Okay. In our case, DB is hosted on the same machine. Okay. However, I can deploy it on my system also if I have connectivity to connect to this particular database.
Okay, okay, got
It
it.
does monitoring using JDBC connection. Okay. So one DB agent can monitor, I think, up to 20 databases. Okay, it can connect remotely to 20 databases, but you need to allocate good amount of heap space for that. Okay, memory basically. What's happening? So, I'm sorry. There are JVMs which are already created over here because of our load. Okay, let me kill those things. AppDynamics. What was that? Lab artifacts. Phantom JS. Okay, after that, we will start the deviation. So meanwhile, I was telling you about the memory metrics, right? So now we will understand how the memory metrics can be captured in AppDynamics. Okay, so the memory management can be done. So node level dashboards. Yeah. So we saw this node level dashboards, right, where we were able to see the data for hardware separately. Okay, so we just see the general health of the agents, and then we'll get the data for hardware. Okay, where the machine agent is configured, and memory where the APM is configured. Okay, so here you will be able to see the memory related metrics. So the JVM heap allocation, okay, and then the garbage time spent, garbage collection time spent, and the major collections and the minor collections. Okay, so let's to understand what is garbage collection and the heap space. Okay, in Java, the memory management is kind of done automatically by the JVM itself. Okay. Now, so I'll just explain you the brief concept. Okay. I'm not very good at it, but I'll explain you my understanding. Okay. So it will have the heap area. It will allocate the heap area and the stack area. Okay. So there will be two memory regions that will be allocated by the Java for storing their data. So I mean, for basically for the storage purpose. Now, what will be stored in the heap? Here you will be storing the actual data. So data meaning all the objects of the all the variable data or the object data for your code. Okay. And over here, you will be saving all the code related data or code and methods, classes. So basically, your code related data will be stored in the stack area, and all the data related memory will be in the heap area. Okay. So here again, we will be most of the times we will be worried about the heap, because this is what which keeps dynamically changing, right? Your code will not be much of changing. Okay. So unless you push a new code or something like that, right? So in case of heap, okay, the memory that you have allocated for storing the objects or the variables. Okay, as and when the new objects are being created, Java has a mechanism called garbage collection. Okay, where okay, so it's called as GC. Okay, what it will do, it will keep this is a process or it's a kind of mechanism where it will keep clearing the old objects or variables which are not being used by the application. Okay, so there are settings and all for that that we are not going into detail, and how garbage collection works also we are not going into detail, because it's a quite huge concept of with respect to Java. Okay, so where now what garbage collection does, it frequently monitors the data or the objects which are being used by the application. Okay, now you might ask, like you might at least be aware of what is an object or variable. So object is something, a storage of a particular storage space, I can say. Okay, now for example, if you want to save the value of a store the value of a student's marks with respect to subjects, so what you will do, you are going to create an object, okay, with a couple of attributes saying name, okay, Ravi, okay, and again you have another attribute called for Ravi you have different variables. what is that? You will have which class he belongs to, say 10th, and then what kind of subjects he has scored. Okay, I will 50, English 45, something like that. Okay, so these details you are going to save it in terms of an object. Okay, individual things you can take it as variable. Okay, so this is the basic definition. I think you should be knowing of what is an object and variable. Okay, so now what garbage collection does, it will keep clearing the old variables which are not being accessed by the application, because they are kind of in the heap memory, which is frequently accessed by the application. Okay, so if it is kind of filled up, right, then the Java will not be able to store any objects or any data, and then this application will end up processing. I mean, will not be able to process any data further. Okay, so it will kind of slow down completely, or it might stop as well. Okay, for that reason, what Java has actually done, it's an inbuilt mechanism. It will keep clearing the old data. Okay, and that process is called garbage collection. Okay, and for this there are a couple of metrics as well. Okay, how much garbage collection, I mean how long the garbage collection is taking. Okay, so sometimes if you have too much of data that has been piled up, okay, then the garbage collection time might be increased. Okay, so the time taken by the garbage collector might be increased. And here you also have something called as memory pools. Okay, now you have in basic, I'll say, okay, you have a young generation pool. Okay, and you have hidden space is one more thing. I think it falls under young generation only. Correct me guys if I am wrong. And there is something called as old generation pool. Okay, so I think there are 5 pools. Okay, in young you will have 2 to 3 pools, and in old you have two pools. Okay, what will happen? Any new data which is frequently being kind of accessed will sit in the young generation pool, and the old data will kind of go and sit into the old ones. Okay, the very old ones. So based on the time and all, how frequently they are being accessed, the garbage collection will go and clear the spaces of these memory pools. Okay, and if some memory pool is kind of being filled up, okay, then you will be having you will be seeing the issues with respect to performance of your application. So in case of insurance service, okay, as I see here, the heap memory allocation utilization is 67%. Okay, so this is kind of little more. Okay, so current usage is 40. That means around 100 MB has been allocated. 67%, around 80 MB might be allocated. Okay, so these metrics you can directly see, and you can see the so there is no garbage collection going on. So that's why there is no this particular metric is not kind of shown over here. Now here you can see, okay, at this point of time there was some major garbage collection that happened. Okay, so these metrics you can ideally what happens is developers or application teams, they use something called as profilers to capture these garbage collection metrics. Okay, however, as part of the agent itself, we will be able to get all this data. So this is the current usage, and this was the kind of maximum usage at that particular point of time. Okay, current usage is basically it takes kind of an average one. Okay, maximum is the one at that period of time it would have taken the maximum utilization. Okay, now garbage collection time spent, we saw it was kind of almost none, only at that particular point, right, where this delete button was there. Okay, at 3:54 there was some garbage collection which happened, and it took around 5,505 milliseconds or something like that. Okay, so these are all the details that you will be getting. Okay, there is something called as minor collection and the major collections as well. Both of them are available here. Okay, you can you can click on any particular metric and then you can view them. Okay, so maximum time was that. So even if you want to see the data in your metric browser, if you double click it, it will show it. So this is not only applicable here on any of the dashboard. Okay, let me see if there are any minor collections. Yeah, there were minor collections as well. Okay, yeah. So these are all the memory pools. Okay, PS old gen page, PS survivor page, space. So we see there is some major utilization with respect to the PS server, this particular space. Okay, so when this something happens, the memory leakage starts happening. So that is what we are going to call as memory leak. So if the utilization is going beyond kind of certain if the allocation size, then we are saying the memory is kind of leaking. Okay, so this is the concept behind the memory leakage. Okay, we still have too many ones. Okay, so let's come back. I think it should start now. Okay, let me use this one. Stop allocating the heap. Okay, I'll check this out one second. Give me 1 minute. I mean, we will finish this and then we will see this. Okay, now, sorry. Okay, so I think you got to know about what is the heap space and what are all the different memory pools that are available and that you can monitor. Okay, so now heap and garbage collection metrics will show you what are all the available pools and if there is any deviation in the usage trend, and you will be able to identify that directly in the utilization itself. Now there is something called as automatic leak detection that is provided by the AppDynamics. Okay, one second. We will cover this. Okay, we will start that particular one in a minute. Okay, I'll just go through the slides. This is about the node level dashboards. Okay, so major collections or large object heaps will be the ones where the wherever the large objects are being cleaned up or is called as kind of major collection, and then the other one is called the minor collection, where there are the engine pools where the two small objects will be cleared. Okay, so this is called as the minor collection. Okay, if major garbage collections occur frequently or consume a lot of time, then the application latency might increase. So that means here we'll be seeing some delay in the response time from the application team. A large amount of time spent garbage collecting also affects application throughput. Okay, CPU cycles spent on garbage collection reduce the amount of processor time available to process user requests. So there will be some resources required for garbage collection as well, right? So those resources will reduce the, will actually hamper the resources for user requests. Okay, so that would be required for them. Frequent major garbage collections are also indication that the heap may be improperly tuned. So we have to allocate proper amount of heap memory for the database, for the application. So otherwise, this memory leak will be kind of happening frequently. Short-lived objects could be collected during minor garbage collections. That means variables or objects which will be used only for a temporary purpose or for a short period of time, they can be cleared using the minor garbage collection before they get promoted to long-lived. So that means the old gen. So we saw that memory pools, right? So engine is the ones which are frequently and used for the small period of time. And the old gen is the one which are large and also used for a larger period of time. Okay, so you will be seeing the garbage collection time over here. Here itself, you will be able to identify if there is any issue with respect to your application. Okay, and next, so you can view the memory health for each tier or node by selecting the memory or Java on the tiers and node pages. So you can filter down the view over here that we saw it already. And these are all the metrics that you can see with respect to the heap analysis, with respect to different types of memory pools, and the graphs which we saw, like the time spent for the garbage collection and the utilizations, and the actual metrics, the very first ones which we saw it here. These two metrics. Okay. So these metrics are available in the metric browser and are supported by the CMS actually parallel or throughput collector. So on the new G1 collector, that is the defaults of Java. So okay, I'll not go into those details. Object allocation rate, object promotion rate, live data size, object free date. So that means how frequently objects are being allocated. Okay, how frequently objects are being promoted from young gen to old gen. Okay, and the data size, live data size, how much the size of the data, object free size, like how much data is kind of available. Okay, so object allocation rate is basically the number of objects created per minute. So the object creation almost happens in hidden space. Okay, so here we have the memory pools, right? So origin PS hidden space, this is where the creation happens. Okay, this metric is important for tuning the young gen size. Okay. As a very high allocation rate means hidden space fills up quicker, which leads to more frequent minor garbage collections. So this you have this hidden space, right? Where the new objects are being created. Okay. So this should also be properly tuned. It should not be too large as well, because the new objects which are being created. Okay. So as a very high allocation rate means hidden space fills up quicker. Okay. And then which leads to more frequent minor garbage collections. So that means whenever this is being kind of filled up, right, the minor garbage collection will start, because this is a by minor, because this is a new object one. Okay. New object in the sense this is a short-lived or the new ones. Okay. With respect to the time period, right? So it will has to start the minor one. Major ones is for the larger objects and the older objects. Okay. So by understanding the relationship between the allocation rate and two other metrics, that is free rate and promotion rate, the engine seep can be sized to fill up less frequently. So this is, I mean, these details you can, the developer will analyze, okay, how the memory is kind of being filled up, okay, and then he can actually fine tune this particular allocation to the different pools. Okay, so this detail can be very useful for the developers itself, because they are the ones who will be actually fine tuning the JVM and the allocation part. Okay. Next metric is the object promotion rate, okay, which tracks the number of objects which are promoted from young generation to the old generation. Okay. And then the live data size tracks the memory footprint of the application, how the memory utilization is actually happening. And then object free rate tracks the number of objects freed from the young generation, only from the young generation. So these are the metrics that could be available for you. Okay. And then, okay, we saw this particular slide. Okay, now comes object instance tracking, which is the functionality of the AppDynamics, okay, where you can track a particular object instance creation, okay, and the code part which is responsible for that particular excessive allocation, okay. So this will be triggered only when you have the memory leak which is happening, okay. Now for this, there are two additional things that you have to do. Okay. The very first thing would be you will have to install JDK, not JRE, okay, on your application. So JDK means Java Development Kit, okay, which will be used by the developers. JRE means Java Runtime Environment, which will be used only to run your Java application. Okay. So you will have a jar file, right, which has been built from the Java code by the compiler. So it will give you the jar file. To run that jar file, you will need a Java runtime environment. Okay, but to build or to develop the code and build that jar file, okay, you need the Java development kit. Okay, so you need to have the JDK which has to be installed. Okay, to identify and detail these metrics, this object instance tracking. And another thing you need would be you will have to set the environment variables of, okay, class path, which would be pointing to the tools.jar file. Okay, so it will be usually in the under the library file in the Java, okay, in the JDK. Okay, and you will have to ensure, I think these details might be already usually you will be usually adding the path to JVM in the initial installation itself sometimes. Okay, sometimes it won't be added. And another one would be echo Java home. So these three variables you will have to update in your system, okay, or your nodes for this object instance tracking to work. Okay. Now, so what this will do, object instance tracking, it will give you the top application classes, top system classes, and if there are any custom classes that you have defined to track the objects which are being created by that particular class. Okay, so you can drill down inside of that particular class or object, and then you can actually see those details in that particular object. I think we have, and this is applicable. Sorry, nothing as part of that. Okay. Yeah, and with respect to automatic leak detection, okay, now this is for tracking a particular object. This is one feature that you have, and the second one is to detect the automatic leak. Okay, so if there are any leakages that are happening, okay, that also you can detect by on the live environment itself. Okay, monitors common collection classes in your application. So what it will actually do is, whatever the classes which are actually consuming the memory, it will monitor which class is actually consuming how much data. Okay, so this is the functionality of the automatic leak detection. Okay, so what we will do, okay, so for that, what you have to do, you have to click on automatic leak detection. Okay, enable this, and you have to initiate the it's kind of a diagnostic session that will be, that you can call it you can call it, or it's a on-demand capture session. Okay, and how long the session has to be there, and minimum collection age. Okay, so that means the garbage collection should at least go for 1 minute. Okay, so otherwise the leak will not be kind of detected, or it will not be kind of considered as a memory leak. Okay, so once we see this now, I mean, if we see this, you will see the classes which are kind of being discovered. That data, you will see it here. You will see if the application is working fine or not. Okay, it's working. So you can see the activity log here. Okay, what's happening and at what point of time, if there were any collection tracking which has been started earlier or something like that. And I'll go to last 1 hour. So in the afternoon, I saw some data. I don't know why it's not coming now. Okay, so this will actually add a lot of overhead on your agent and the application. Okay, so for that, better to use this particular thing in your lower environments. Okay, and use it in production only if you want to kind of do some troubleshooting, or and better to limit it to a certain node or tier. Okay. Lead candidate evaluator, collection capture started 9:28. Okay. I think now it is starting. Yeah, anyway, that's fine. I think it should detect in some time now. Okay. Now, with respect to collections, so there will be different kinds of collections inside Java, like hash maps, vectors, linked lists. So those data will be collected. So for to be eligible candidate, okay, the data must be at least of 5 MB in size, or it should have, and it should have 1,000 or more elements in that. Okay. So this is kind of little deep technical points. So you can explain the features, what are all the applicable, available in with your application teams, and then you will kind of understand what the what's all provided, okay, or how does it actually work, okay. So what is the procedure for this? Okay, the usual procedure: track the origin pool through multiple garbage cycles. Okay, so garbage cycle, that means you won't see the garbage collection happening very frequently, right? Okay, so it happens only when there is it will happen. The garbage collection will be happening at different intervals of time, or when the heap memory is kind of getting full. Okay, so only those points of time you will be seeing that, right? So in that case, you track the space. Okay, you track how your old gen is kind of being utilized. Okay, and then what you'll have to do, you will have to observe the minimum amount of use and if it increases over time. So the minimum memory that is being used. Okay, so if it kind of keeps on increasing over a period of time, then that means your memory is kind of memory leakage happening, is kind of going to happen. Okay, so in that case, so what you will have to do, you can go and take the next step of the potential memory leak might be there. Then you can enable the automatic memory leak detection. Okay, so once you enable that, okay, you will be seeing the data over here, okay, on about the which particular class, okay, is responsible for the detection, sorry, for causing the memory leak, and then you can inspect that particular content. I don't not sure why it's not coming. See, it has captured some collections. I think let's wait another minute. So I think we have started at 9:28. This particular garbage, the automatic leak detection. It will go on for 10 minutes, and I think only after that it might show the data. So once we see the data, we can go inside that particular class, and we can actually see what's happening with that particular class or actual class. Okay. So these are all the kind of troubleshooting scenarios, like where too many database or too many slow calls or database calls. You can check the snapshot details in the slow calls and errors. And if there are any bottlenecks, you can check the snapshots. If there are any memory leaks or memory crashing, you can go into the automatic leak detection or the object instance tracking. If there are any problems with the node, you can check in the performance of different nodes. I mean, in the node dashboard itself. If there are any thread contention issues, you can check the snapshot itself, where you will be able to see the thread level details itself. Okay. So I think it will take another 5 minutes for that thing to complete. We'll take a 5-minute break. Okay. And then we will come back and we will complete our session. Okay. Any queries before we go?
No, Ravi, you're good.
Okay, we'll come back at 9:40.
Yeah, I'm back, Ravi.
Yeah, cool. I'll just give another minute. I think 5 minutes is too fast, right?
Yeah.
I think Deepak and Dipanshu are also back. Okay. Okay, now, okay, as I told, we see the classes which are having the, which once we start the on-demand session, right? Okay, so it will start capturing the arrays which are actually capturing the data. Okay, so what you can do, you can drill down and you can see if the potential leaking is there. Okay, then what you can do, you can start further inspection of the content. Like, for example, you can start content capture session, okay, which will again further start capturing the data. Sorry, a DB agent is started. I just used the command in the wrong place. Okay, so the Java jar file command I used, right? So I used it under inside bin, but I should have used in the DB agent folder itself where I have unzipped it. So I have modified the document as well to use this particular command. Okay. You can also pass the argument for this. Okay. I use java-jar db agent jar. Okay. So along with that, I pass the db agent name also. It's showing successful in the logs. Let's wait. I think it usually takes some time. Okay, so what it will do, it will start capturing more data with respect to that particular class. Okay, and then you will be able to get some more data. Okay, with respect to that. Let's say 3 minutes is enough for us. 1 minute. Let's see if something else is also having where we can actually see some problem. So this is what you will see actually. So you will see the object instance ID as well. Okay. And if the content inspection can, if there are any major garbage collections, that will also be shown here. Okay, but we are not seeing any issues as of now. So that's why it's kind of going fine. Okay. So basically, this is about the memory, how you actually resolve the memory related issues. Okay. You track for the particular average heap utilization, and then you track for the memory pools, and you see if the garbage number of garbage collections are also going high with respect to it can be major or minor. Okay, and then you will see the time taken for the garbage collection. Okay, so that will be in the down. Okay, so once you see those metrics, if they are going okay, here this particular server space is going right, there should be some issue, but no. Oh, okay. We saw a Java array list. Okay. So number of instances, this particular. So this is how you will see like this particular object, right? I configured it for tracking this particular Java util.array list. Okay. If this particular object was being created by, if any object was created by this particular class, okay, but there was no data, but at least you will be able to see it here, like how many, if this class is creating any objects, how many instances are there, and the size, and the instance count trend, how it is actually happening, okay. So this is how you will be able to see the details. And for the top classes, you will be seeing it. If you want to customize it, you can go here and you can configure the options over here. So, okay, in under the web node, I added Java util.array list. Okay. And one more thing which I wanted to show under the instrumentation is if you go to, not here. Okay, so this comes under instrumentation under the memory monitoring part about the object instance tracking, if you want to define any custom classes that you would like to track. Okay, how the memory is being allocated, or how the memory is being, how the objects are being invoked by that particular class. Okay, now coming back is my, let me, okay. What was that? Okay. With respect to the application, right? So if you would like to do any configuration, so you come to your node, okay, or the tier, okay, and then you click on agents, okay, and then over here you can actually enable or disable the agent directly. Okay, are you able to follow? So you go to tiers and nodes, okay, you will see the dashboard, right? Once you open your agent, you will see the dashboard. Okay, this is the home page that you get, and then later from here you can go to configure app server agent directly from the actions, or you can go to agents and then you can configure. Okay, so I'll go here, use custom configuration. Okay, here you have some properties which are applicable, like capturing raw SQL for the data. Okay, and then enabling or disabling the endpoints or custom endpoints, and also one thing, okay, find entry points. When there is a chance that not all traffic or no traffic is being detected as business transaction, turn this flag on to log all potential entry points that are hitting instrumented exit points. So what this will do, so I mean, whenever you have some issue, if you, with respect to business transaction detection, right? So if you raise a support case, they will ask you to enable this particular metric on that particular node or tier. Okay, so what this will do, irrespective of like the automatic detection rules, it will try to capture all the business transactions with all the potential entry points. Okay, so it kind of increases the probability of uh, discovering your business transactions. So these kind of properties with respect to specific to your agent can be configured here. So once you do this change, right, enable, what the controller will do, controller will download this particular configuration back to the agent, and then it will start reporting the data accordingly. Okay, after next 2 or 3 minutes. Okay, next is like one more thing which I want. Okay, max business transactions. Okay, so this is the default value 50, which you can increase it to 100 per node. Okay, and maximum JDBCs calls per graph, call graph. Okay, one more thing, on-demand snapshots. Okay, so collect snapshots for all business transactions executed on this node. So for all the BTs on this node, you have to uh, collect the BT snapshots. Show packages. Okay, so which are all the packages that you would like to show? Show these packages or class names in addition to the ones which are configured. So we saw there was one more play. I mean, there was another setting also in instrumentation in the call graph settings. There also we can exclude and include some packages. So slow request threshold and okay. So you can refer to the documentation on like what each and every metric will mean for you. Okay. So these are additional configurations that will be applicable for your agents. Okay. And you can apply this configuration to all your nodes if required, or you can save or apply it only for the node that you have selected. Okay. Oh my gosh. Event service for publishing events. Just give me 1 minute, please. Hmm. Mm. Sorry, I executed again at incorrect place. Inside log file, I executed this. So what I actually did is I had invoked it twice. So I just killed both of the DB agent process. Okay. Yeah, it started now. Hmm. Uh, the log says it's fine, but again, some issue over here. I'm not able to figure it out. So this is one thing which I have kept pending. Okay, so we'll schedule one more class. Okay, and then we'll complete this. So is it fine, guys?
Yeah. Okay, Ravi. So is it going to be tomorrow or next week?
Yeah, I'll try to get it done in weekday itself. Okay, is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Timings, any flexible timings for you guys? Like any available timings? Even I'll have to check my office timings. But I think
Yeah.
tomorrow is quite okay for me.
Yeah, that's fine, Ravi. You can schedule. Maybe you can schedule a little bit later, like sometime at 6 o'clock, 37.
Yeah, around 7 or 8 p.m. Is that fine, right?
Yeah, that's better, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, 8 p.m. is also fine, right? Okay.
Yeah, 8 p.m. is fine.
I think later is good for you, as late.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah. Okay. I'll ask Deepak to send out the invite. Okay.
Okay. We'll join on the same link. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Before that, any other queries or anything else that you would like to finish? Yeah. Sorry, I could not get that suspension time. I mean, I did check on that. Okay, but that particular metric is kind of not being available. The .NET garbage collection suspension time.
Yeah, actually, it would show on the Dynatrace. If you go with the Dynatrace one, it will show. But on the AppD, I don't know. I mean, it's but it is a similar concept, the same thing. Just a naming
Yeah.
convention.
The conceptually it will be same. Yeah, correct. Okay.
Just the naming convention and maybe the representing a little bit different, but
Okay.
everything is same.
I'll check with respect to Dynatrace as well. Maybe if it is kind of, I think it should be the garbage collection time itself. When you say suspension time, so if the garbage collection is taking a lot of time, then I think it will be considered as suspension. That's what I feel.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, the same thing exactly.
Okay, is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
No, maybe as you mentioned, like I think it should be termed differently in AppDynamics and Dynatrace.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we are almost kind of done. We have covered pretty much all the topics. Okay, and let us know if you have any queries, and you can email back if you have any queries to the email that you have provided. I'll respond to them. Okay.
All right, Ravi. Thank you.
So thank you guys. We'll meet you tomorrow, or I'll let you know if it is kind of delayed. Okay. Yeah. Thank you guys.
Sure, Abhi. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ravi.
Thank you.